wins by a score of 9-6. Now, yesterday, a lot of offense, but most of it for the visitors. After an early lead for Tampa Bay, up 3-0, Josh Reddick homers, makes it a one-run game. David Ortiz with a two-run double in the third gives the Red Sox the lead. J.D. Drew doubles in a run, makes it 5-3 Boston. And then in the fourth inning, the hits just kept on coming. Jacoby Ellsbury with a new career high, his 13th home run, that made it 6-3. Dustin Pedroia homering for the 6th time in his last 8 games, that made it 7-3, and Boston would go on to win by a score of 9-5. So they're a game up on the Yankees atop the American League East. The Yankees 1 up in Toronto. Again today, Tampa Bay is 6 out. The Yankees are the wild card leaders, so the Rays are 5 out in the wild card race. And joined as always tonight by Bobby Valentine and Oral Hershiser. We've got a good pitching matchup for you, including a man on the mound for the Red Sox who has the second best ERA in the entire American League.
2.27, and he's been outstanding against every hitter. 187 opponents are batting against him, and that's the whole American League. But when you look at Josh Beckett, what he did back on June 15th to these Rays, he's been dominant all year. He was ultra dominant in this game. A one-hit shutout, and it was the fastball. 62 of his 97 pitches were fastballs. That's not the typical Josh Beckett outing anymore. He's throwing the cutter. He's throwing the curveball. He's throwing the changeup. He has become a complete pitcher and a dominant pitcher at that. At 8-3 right now, he could be 11-3 without the 3 blown saves from the Boston bullpen. An all-star that tweaked his knee, but he will be back. He says he's healthy and he's ready to go.
The Rays, meanwhile, in spite of a lot of lost players from last year, gone to other teams, a low payroll, they're having another good season, Bobby, and I know as a former manager, you've got a lot of admiration for the Rays manager, Joe Maddon.
Admiration and respect for Joe Maddon, who's done a fabulous job in his 6 years as manager of the Rays. He has 454 career wins. He has a Manager of the Year trophy in his closet. He has a trip to the World Series. And what he does uniquely is motivates with signs and sayings. He communicates to his players frankly and directly, and he initiates different plays offensively and defensively on the field that has gained the respect of his peers and the admiration of his fans.
He's got a frame print of the Cat in the Hat up on his office wall. So how bad of a guy could he be? With a quote that we'll tell you about a little bit later. One thing that would really help the Rays in the second half is a healthy Evan Longoria. He's standing by with Tim Kirkjian.
Evan, you guys start the second half with 7 games against the Red Sox and Yankees. How important is this stretch for your team?
It's huge. I mean, this is kind of, when you look at the schedule, I think you look to one point of it and say, all right, this is going to be kind of the make or break, stretch of games. And we're really into that right now. And it's very important. I think, if we don't do what we need to do, we could look up and be really far behind really quickly.
What is the deal with your new haircut here?
It's actually a little bit of a... It's a little bit of a play on the old movie Major League. We were watching it in the clubhouse in Milwaukee, and just kind of clicked. And actually, my buddy did it first, and I followed him.
Thanks, Evan. All right. Now over to Buster.
Adrian Gonzalez, tonight you face Jeff Neiman, a pitcher you've never seen before. How do you prepare for that, and what did you learn?
The only thing I can do is look at video and try to get a feel of how hitters, swing at his fastball, if they were late on that, miss pitches that, are over the plate. Try to learn if he's got late life to his fastball, if it's sneaky, if it's got good sink, what his curveball does, what his changeup does, and what he throws for strikes and what he trusts in certain situations. So, just try to get as much a feel I can and try to go off of that.
Now, when you're a fielder in the Trop with the dome, what's a challenge when the ball goes in the air?
Well, you always got to keep your eye on the ball. I think that's the biggest thing. The other day I had a ball down the line close to the dugout where I took my eye off. I looked up and I saw nothing but lights. And so a lot of people think that the white roof is something that you got to be aware of. But more than anything is there's low lights and lights that are all over the place to keep the place lighted. So, it's just a matter of keeping your eye on the ball the whole time and not worrying about running into things.
Adrian, thanks. Dan, back to you.
Buster, thank you very much. Also, coming up on tonight, we'll handicap the race in the American League East. It could be a fantastic 3-team race for just 1 or probably 2 playoff spots. Also, we'll look around the majors, some of the big stories from a busy Sunday in Major League Baseball, and we'll try to put into perspective the career of Johnny Damon, who is putting up some very impressive career numbers. It's the Rays and the Red Sox. 6'9" Jeff Neiman will take the mound and face the Red Sox when we come back.
build it this way on purpose. But the Trop can be one odd place to play baseball. A place where home runs and pop-ups disappear in the infamous catwalks and speakers. A place where the routine play can become an adventure and change a game's fate. But baseball's baseball, and when the Rays are winning, no one much cares about any of that. And the Rays, despite the odds, are still winning a lot.
They sure are, although they're not winning quite as much here at home as they would like to. They're just a 500 team here at home, 22-22, but this is a huge stretch for the Rays. A game tonight against the Red Sox, and then 4 against the Yankees beginning tomorrow night. The Boston Red Sox will head to Baltimore for a 3-game series at the conclusion of this game tonight. The Red Sox started 0-6, 2-10, but Terry Francona has always remained calm, and things turned around for the Red Sox, who are now 20 games over 500 and the highest scoring team in baseball this year. As we take a look at the Red Sox starting lineup, brought to you by Taco Bell, Ellsbury, Pedroia, and Gonzalez. What a way to begin at the top of the lineup. Kevin Youkilis, David Ortiz, J.D. Drew batting 6th in right field. Josh Reddick for the injured Carl Crawford hitting almost 400. Jason Varitek is the catcher, DeMarco Scudero the shortstop, and the number 9 hitter in the Red Sox lineup against the big right-hander, Oral Hershiser, Jeff Neiman.
Well, big is right. 6'9". When you think size, don't think velocity. He is a complete pitcher. 2 pitches, mainly the fastball and the curveball. But returning from the DL, he was out for 6 weeks with a lower back strain, and he has been hot since he's been back. When he's healthy, 3-0 with a 2.82.
Chad Fairchild will call the balls and strikes tonight. Jacoby Ellsbury will lead it off for the Red Sox. The league leader in stolen bases and the number 5 hitter in terms of batting average in the American League. Shortens up on the bat and takes it low, getting the attention of Longoria at third and Kochman at first. But don't think of this guy as just a little slap-hitting leadoff hitter. Look at the home runs. 13 home runs, 51 RBIs already for a guy who, Bobby, really is a rare combination of power and speed.
And when we saw him earlier in the season, he had adjusted his stance and his swing. We projected he'd hit with power. He's doing just that. One of the complete players in baseball.
Takes a strike at the belt, and the count is 2-1. Of course, Ellsbury had almost his entire season ruined last year by that the broken ribs that never quite healed properly. But this year healthy, and he has once again become one of the most dynamic offensive performers in the game. Good movement on that pitch, Oral, and it's 2-2.
Well, Neiman throws the fastball and the curveball predominantly. Talking to Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, he says he can win with just the fastball, but when the curveball's there, he'll take him to the next level as a pitcher. And he has been at that level these last few starts.
There's the curveball, swing and a miss for out number 1.
Well, they called the right pitch there to go with the analysis, because when the curveball is on for a strike and then they put away because he puts it into the hitter's head, he can throw it for a strike and then he can finish with it. And when you get hot hitters out in front and swinging and missing, your game is on.
Really shouldn't close his eyes when he's swinging like that. It's not a good way to make contact.
Here's Dustin Pedroia, who definitely has not been swinging with his eyes closed the last couple of weeks. A 14-game hitting streak, hitting .379 during that stretch. And he has homered in 6 of his last 8 games. And Terry Francona has always said, if the biggest problem I have is Dustin Pedroia, I don't have many problems, because Pedroia got off to a slow start, but Francona said, don't worry about it. He'll come around. And he has. Breaking ball in the dirt, 2-1. Pedroia had a little knee trouble earlier this season and had just a small procedure, and basically it was just for his peace of mind, just for the doctor to say, hey, you're okay. It might hurt a little bit, but you can't do any further damage. And ever since then, Pedroia has taken off. Takes a strike, 2-2.
And Dan, he's small in stature but big in heart, and he's a high ball hitter.
He takes a big stride, which even lowers his strike zone a little. But if you throw it up, he hits it up, and he hits it far.
And he chases as Neiman records back-to-back strikeouts to begin the game. Well, at some point, presumably, Jeff Neiman's going to rely on his defense, and this is a group that many would say is the best defensive team in baseball. Sam Folder, B.J. Upton, and Ben Zobrist in the outfield left to right. Evan Longoria third. Reed Brignac is the shortstop. Sean Rodriguez at second. Casey Kochman, a welcome addition at first base, a great defensive first baseman. And Jose Lobaton, just called up for the injured John Jaso, is behind the plate. Adrian Gonzalez takes outside ball one.
The Rays have many shifts on different players. This is an infield shift that plays in the full pull, and the outfield is exactly straight up in the outfield. Joe Maddon uses the 80% rule. If the ground balls prove to him that it's 80% or more, he puts the shift on. He's got it on here with Adrian Gonzalez.
And to give you an idea how precise Maddon is, he said, you know, sometimes if a hitter hits ground balls to the right side, 78 or 79% of the time we'll put the shift on. But Maddon's a unique combination. He's a numbers guy and a feel guy. He's a new age guy and an old school guy, all rolled into one. 3-1.
These statistics are available to all managers, all general managers, and any player who wants to see them. Some teams use them and apply them more. The Rays are one of those that allows Joe Maddon to use what he wants, and he wants a lot.
And somehow Gonzalez finds a hole on the right side and picks up a base hit.
It's exactly hitting into the shift as Ted Williams used to do. One of the first that people applied the shift to. Adrian said, I'm going to pull it anyway. The shortstop's on the second base side. He hits the hard ground ball that splits the shortstop and second baseman for a base hit. Joe Maddon before the game says, I always see him hitting in that hole between the base and where the second baseman normally plays, and that I want a player there. He just wasn't over far enough. That's exactly the vision he expressed before the game.
So Kevin Youkilis comes up with 2 down and a man at first, and the Red Sox third baseman looks at a strike. Overshadowed a little bit by the season-long excellence of Gonzalez and the torrid hot streaks now of Ellsbury and Pedroia, the numbers that Ortiz has put up, but Youkilis is on his way to 100 RBIs. Little pop-up, foul territory beyond the reach of Kochman. Orel, as a pitcher, when every time a new guy comes up to the plate or every time a new guy steps out of the on-deck circle and he's dangerous, it's got to take a little bit out of you.
Well, early in the game, especially because Jeff Neiman has a tough time early in the game getting his big body in order, getting used to the game adrenaline, putting it into a 6'9" frame. So he has struggled early in games, and especially against this Red Sox lineup, not having all of your rhythm yet, it can be tough.
Bounces in the curveball.
I would say he's got a lot of confidence so far. He got an out on a curveball. He got an out on a fastball with 3-2 to Pedroia, which was a two-seamer away. Pedroia got himself out, but he made a pitch. And then he really, in his mind, has gotten an out on Gonzalez with that ground ball. So he's facing Youkilis. Within his mind, he should already be in the dugout. He feels good about himself.
And guys, you just saw Kochman playing in front of the runner. Gonzalez does a lot of things. Running is not one of them. He should be playing behind him and taking that hole away.
Youkilis chases, and the inning is over. So 3 strikeouts in the inning for Neiman. Josh Beckett to the mound for the Red Sox when we come back for the bottom of the first. by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. And in part by PNC for the achiever in you. And Lexus. It's time to engineer amazing. To the bottom of the first here at Tropicana Field. No score between the Red Sox and Rays. Here come the Rays, and let's take a look now at their starting lineup, brought to you by Taco Bell. Beginning with a very familiar face, of course, for Red Sox fans. Johnny Damon leads it off. He's the designated hitter. The very versatile Ben Zobrist batting second. Evan Longoria at third base, batting third. Casey Kochman in the cleanup spot tonight at first base. Late change in the lineup we'll tell you about when we can. B.J. Upton in center field batting fifth. Jose Lobaton, the catcher, just called up a couple of days ago for the injured John Jaso. Sean Rodriguez, Sam Fuld, and Reed Brignac in the bottom third of the lineup. On the mound for the Boston Red Sox, right-hander Josh Beckett, 8-3 with a .227 ERA. He was an all-star this year, although he didn't pitch in the game. Facing his former teammate in Damon, who skies one out of play off to the right.
Well, Josh Beckett has had a dominant year so far, responding from last season. If you go back to June 15th, the shutout he had here against Tampa Bay was dominant. 62 fastballs of the 97 pitches he threw, but he is more a complete pitcher than just fastball dominant. He has them all now.
That hit he gave up in the one-hitter, but an infield squibber up the third baseline by Reed Brignac in the third inning. That was it. Facing Johnny Damon, who is still a tough out. 37 years of age. He has been productive. He has been a leader to the younger Rays players. And we talked at our meeting this morning. We talked during the week on our conference call. We like to talk a lot before we actually get to the ballgame.
We do that?
Yeah, we do. Yeah. And you start looking at the numbers that Damon is putting up, and he's got some pretty impressive career numbers. On the appeal, didn't go. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well over 2,600 hits. Over 500 doubles. Over 100 triples, over 200 homers, almost 400 steals. Pretty rare air, and a guy who has played in 140 or more games every single full season in his career since his rookie year when he came up. Since then, 140 or more games every single season. So how do you evaluate the career of Johnny Damon, Bobby V?
Well, first off, Dan, it's not over. He's going to add to all of those numbers you've seen. He's very durable. At 37, he has bought into a very young team and a different style manager's concept. He's a leader here, and I think he's on his way to the Hall of Fame.
Swing and a miss, and Beckett gets him. Damon retired for the first out here in the bottom of the first. Let's take a more in-depth look at his career a little bit later on as time permits. Here's Ben Zobrist, who originally was in the starting lineup at second base, but he's moved out to right field. Matt Joyce, who fouled a ball off his knee yesterday, was in the original starting lineup. He was a late scratch. Zobrist moves from second to right. Sean Rodriguez entered the game at second base. Off the foot or leg of Beckett. He recovers in time to get Zobrist for the second out.
Well, if you remember, Josh Beckett on 7-8 at Baltimore on a rainy night tweaked his knee, hyperextended his knee, then scratched from the All-Star game. The second inning he was supposed to pitch. Here, the knee's been fine. I don't think that hit the knee, but it hits the feet. And that will make your heart stop if you're Terry Francona over there on the bench, because when he pitches, Boston needs to win.
Yeah, they've got a number of issues in their rotation right now. Of course, Daisuke Matsuzaka is out for the season. Clay Buchholz is on the DL with a back trouble. No timetable for his return. John Lester's on the DL with a strained lat muscle. There's Buchholz, who was walking around yesterday with a huge ice pack around his midsection, around his torso, and they don't know when they're going to get him back. John Lester is supposed to return a week from Tuesday from a strained lat muscle, so they need Beckett, Lackey, among others, to be healthy and effective for them. Here's Evan Longoria. Another guy struggling with injuries, has a nerve problem in his foot that Joe Madden likens to a toothache. Sometimes you don't feel it at all. And then sometimes, in the words of Madden, it just buzzes him, and there's a real dull ache in the bottom of his foot that obviously hampers his ability to play.
Many people experience this pain when you step on a stone in the middle of your foot. That's what he has, and it reoccurs every once in a while on this turf.
Lays off the curveball. Obviously, a healthy Evan Longoria dramatically changes the offensive potential of this Tampa Bay team. And right now, they're average. They're 8th in the American League in runs scored. Another shot off Beckett. And Longoria is going to get a base hit. It's target practice here early at the Trop.
It looked like it was off the outside ankle. And I think he's going to limp a little, but he's going to be okay.
Well, one of the funny things happens in baseball when you get the first one off your foot. Somebody on the pitching staff will put a glove on their foot on the bench and yell out at you if you're not hurt. This one, they're going to put 2 gloves on his feet now because he caught both these balls. We get the glove down a little lower, and he's finished both ways the same way. Coming over that left leg, twisting a little bit towards first base. Not in a good fielding position, but at the big league level, you worry about getting people out, not what position you finish in.
So an infield hit for Longoria, 2 down. Beckett appears to be okay, not shaken up by either of those plays. And the batter was the first baseman, Casey Kochman, who does not normally hit cleanup. But with the change, Joyce out, Rodriguez coming in. Joe Madden wanted to separate his right-handed bats of Longoria and Upton. So he moved Longoria from 4th to 3rd and Kochman down to 4th. Just messing up what was a really nice scorecard that we were putting together before.
Yours was impeccable.
It was, come on, Joe. 1 ball and 1 strike to count on Kochman, who was the 9th different player to hit cleanup for the Tampa Bay Rays this year. That is the most in the majors. That is not a stat you're trying to win.
Well, and Joe understands that it's not about who it is in a particular spot in the order, but how the groupings work, how guys work together in that lineup, and he mix and matches every day.
Kochman, who was with Seattle last year, was signed to a minor league deal in the offseason by the Rays. Did not break camp with the club at the end of spring training. When Manny Ramirez was caught for using a performance-enhancing substance and then abruptly retired, that's when Kochman came up, about a week into the season. And you can see what he did last year, hitting .217. This year he's hitting .340 and playing outstanding defense at first base. And I know from your days with the Mets, you can appreciate the value of what a great defensive first baseman can do for the guys at second, short, and third.
Exactly. I had John Olerud there, one of the best ever, and he made the infield one of the best infields ever. And when you're talking about infield play and responsibilities, we saw 2 balls hit up the middle. What does the third baseman do on that play? He charges the mound. Second baseman and shortstop go towards second base. The third baseman charges the mound to try to get that deflection off of the pitcher. Euclid was charging both times, but the deflections weren't in his territory.
Lead at first by Longoria. And the 3-1 to Kochman, a bouncer foul, full count.
Kochman's always been known as a great field, so-so hit, but there in the Rays uniform, he's done a fabulous job in a half season, hitting over 300 and being productive no matter where Joe puts him in the lineup with a 872 OPS.
TJ Upton on deck should the inning continue. Runner will be on the move. Gonzalez now playing behind Longoria. Full count, 2 down. And finally, time is called. Beckett in the set position forever. Longoria was just itching to get running. He was kind of stutter stepping and leaning a little bit, but Beckett froze him, and eventually time called.
And you see George Hendrick there talking about what his job is. It's to say, hey, get off. He's yelling.
There goes the runner, and a swing and a bouncer to the shortstop. Scudero in time at first base, and the inning is over. No score at the end of one. Big Papi, David Ortiz will lead off the second when we come back. Buster Olney and Tim Kirkjian on Twitter tonight, and also like us on Facebook at facebook.com/ESPN Baseball Tonight. I'm told that Buster is struggling along at 213,000 followers on Twitter, and there's a push to get him to 250,000 by the trade deadline, but on July the 31st. So,
well, I'm going to start following.
You're going to start? You don't follow him already?
I do already.
Do you know the first two guys I followed when I signed up for Twitter?
I would think Jason Stark and Buster Olney.
No, these two guys right here. Jason Stark was on the top 5 too, but Buster and Tim.
Wow.
And I want to thank the folks at Twitter. Buster passed along. He's getting a lot of tweets. I mistakenly had Johnny Damon and Josh Beckett as teammates in Boston. Damon left after 05. Beckett got there for 06. So thank you for that. They were not teammates in Boston, as David Ortiz will have to dig himself out of an 0-2 hole here to begin the second. No score. Red Sox and Rays. Jeff Neiman gave up a base hit, but also struck out 3 in the first inning. Ortiz having a terrific year. It's the curveball, hits it the other way to Longoria, who will make the play for the out.
Well, one of the challenges for Jeff Neiman is his height, the 6'9", keeping the mechanics together, especially for all 3 pitches. When you feel the difference in the grip, sometimes it changes your body, but he has been consistent. The curveball, the fastball, and there the changeup. 3 strikeouts out of 4 batters faced, just a little ground ball by Gonzalez in between. But at 6'9", he's repeating his delivery right now, and you can see he's one of the tallest pitchers in Major League Baseball history.
Current Blue Jay John Roush at 6'11", the tallest pitcher ever. Of course, Chris Young, who's on that list, a great basketball player, as was Mark Hendrickson, played in the NBA a little bit.
And once again, for another left-handed hitter, the shift is on.
This time it's J.D. Drew, who swings over the top of the changeup.
And the one thing about the shift, Doral, is that the players don't get to practice in this position very often. So the ball comes off the bat a little differently, and you have different throws to first base. You'll see awkward throws at times because players aren't accustomed to fielding balls in that position on the field and making the throws from that position.
Would you ever think about moving your third baseman over to second base and leaving your shortstop at home so he makes the conventional throw for him?
Yeah, some guys do that. I've done that. I did that in Japan and New York, so that the shortstop with the guy with the most range is left alone on the left side of the infield and has that accustomed throw when you have to make a backhand if you're going to your right.
John Farrell in Toronto takes Jose Bautista, who's the third baseman, and puts him out in shallow right, where the second baseman Rodriguez is right now. Now, of course, he's a right fielder, but that leaves the shortstop where he normally is, the second baseman where he normally is. It only displaces one player.
I like that move.
And more teams are doing it. You have to applaud them for doing it, but you also have to ask them and wonder where the practice comes in. Do they actually go to spring training and put these defensive alignments out there and practice turning double plays from this situation when there's a man on base, making the backhanded throw? And the answer I've gotten is no, they don't practice it. They're just good enough athletes, and that's not a good enough answer.
Popped up and out of play out to the left. J.D. Drew not having a good year, hitting just 228, 22 RBIs. And with Carl Crawford due to rejoin the Red Sox tomorrow in Baltimore, Josh Reddick, who's right now playing left field for the Red Sox and hitting 379, he's got to get some playing time. So you wonder if that will cut into the playing time that Drew is getting in right field. Chopper to the right side. This is the shortstop coming over. Brignac to underhand it on to first in time for out number 2.
Now, Jeff Neiman, his delivery is very solid, very conventional. We talk about the shift in defense, but you see he slides over, comes up with a straight leg kick, keeps his foot under his knee. Hip turn and shoulder turn are very neutral, but he explodes with both from the ground up. Feet, shoulders, then hips, and keeps himself and his body mass on line. Not a lot of moving parts that aren't going towards the target.
Newman jumps out in front of Josh Reddick, 0-1. And quickly out in front, 0-2. Shaken up a little bit, Chad Fairchild, the home plate umpire. So Lobaton, the catcher, will head out to the mound to give the umpire a little bit of an opportunity to collect himself.
You know, Dan, on Neiman's replay, the reason having the foot under the knee on his kick leg, it prevents him from arching his back. If he would swing his leg way out right there and not have that foot under his knee, that weight would have to be counterbalanced, and a lot of pitchers counterbalance it by arching their back, and getting their head going towards first base. He keeps his foot under his knee, which keeps his center of gravity moving straight towards the target, and he does not have to make a counter move with his upper body, which allows him to really leverage the ball towards home plate.
And he's off to a great start here tonight with 4 strikeouts through 2 shutout innings. To the bottom of the second with the Rays' hottest hitter, B.J. Upton, leading it off when we come back. Oral Hershiser, Bobby Valentine, Buster Olney, and Tim Kirkjian with you here at Tropicana Field. First pitch swinging, which is something B.J. Upton does as often as anybody in baseball. Just hit a ball off the catwalk, but that's in foul territory, so that is a dead ball. I spent literally 20 minutes today.
Well,
20 minutes studying those catwalk rules.
Now you got
have never felt better.
Woo! If it's foul when it hits it, it's dead all the way.
Yes.
If it's in fair territory when it hits it and comes back fair, Dan?
If it's one of the top two rings, it's in play. If it's one of the bottom two rings, it's a home run. That is a foul ball all the way. 0-1 the count on B.J. Upton, who is a hot hitter right now for the Tampa Bay Rays. There are 4 catwalks here at Tropicana Field, and each one you can see has a foul pole of sorts, a little marker down each line to designate fair and foul territory, because the ruling is different depending on if the ball hits in fair or foul territory up on the catwalk. This one is driven to deep left center field and caught on the edge of the track by Ellsbury. Upton gives it a ride, but is retired for out number 1.
Yeah, if BJ gets a high fastball here and puts a charge into it, I would never throw him the same speed back to back. See, he has this little toe thing he does, and then the heel comes down, and that's back to back foul fastballs where the toe comes down, then he waits, and then the heel comes down, and that's his timing mechanism. It's very difficult to have that as your timing mechanism. There's not enough of movement, or maybe there's even too much movement in one place in order for him to time different speeds. Way out in front of a breaking ball and then behind a fastball. When he repeated the fastball, he was able to time it in his swing. I would never repeat the same speed. Good athlete.
And the club leader in home runs and RBIs right now. Here's Jose Lobaton. As mentioned, he called up. John Jaso went on the DL with an oblique strain, so Lobaton called up a couple of days ago. That last start in the majors in 2009 was with San Diego. He has very limited major league experience. Some solid offensive numbers at AAA this year. Joe Maddon told us a lot about him before the game. Said his English is good enough that he can have a full conversation with Joe Maddon, with whoever the pitcher is. And they said to him, listen, if you want to be a catcher in the big leagues, you got to speak up. You've got to be assertive in your relationships with the pitchers.
It was interesting to hear Joe Maddon even remember back to spring training saying, well, after we had the meeting with him, and we do this with all the players, he actually had some really good visits in spring training. We said, Joe, what do you mean good visits? He went to the mound. He was demonstrative. He said the right things when he got out there when we asked the pitcher what was covered. So he started to really come out of his shell, trust his English, and became what could be a leader.
Breaking ball and a little soft liner caught by Scudero for out number 2. ESPN's coverage of Major League Baseball continues this week, tomorrow and Wednesday night. Tomorrow night at 7 Eastern, right here from Tropicana Field. Again, the New York Yankees are in town for the first game of a 4-game series against the Rays. And then at 7 Eastern, Wednesday night baseball presented by Sears Lawn and Garden. It'll be the St. Louis Cardinals. We're in the midst of a 4-team race in the National League Central, taking on the New York Mets. Major League Baseball Monday and Wednesday night on ESPN. St. Louis lost today. They were defeated by Cincinnati. A big win for the Reds, 3-1. The Reds picking up the victory. Milwaukee was a winner, 4-3 over Colorado. Pittsburgh was a winner, 7-5 over Houston in 11 innings. So if my math is correct, we have 3 teams within a half game of each other right now, with Milwaukee on top as the count goes to 2-0 now on Sean Rodriguez. And there it is. Milwaukee a half game up on America's darlings, the Pittsburgh Pirates, right now, who are 5 games over 500, playing very well. The Cardinals, in spite of all their injuries, are 5 over. Cincinnati struggling to get back to and then over the 500 mark. Ground ball to short. And the inning is over. Carl Ravitch and the gang will have a Baseball Tonight update on the other side of this break. All right, Carl, thank you. And they've got a 1-game lead over the Yankees at the beginning of this game tonight. Jason Varitek with a check swing tapper. Back to the mound. Neiman will make the play for out number 1. So the Red Sox are a game up on the Yankees. The Rays are 6 games out. It seems like so long ago now, but remember, both Boston and Tampa Bay started the year 0-6. Baltimore was the team that got out of the gate the hottest back in the month of April. Let me ask you guys about Tampa Bay. Can they hang with the big boys in the second half?
I think they can. I think they have the pitching and the defense. Longoria is getting healthy, and I think they're even going to add to this team to give it a little spice.
Yeah, I think the key is Longoria for sure, because if he goes down hurt or can't play, then they might not make the moves that they need to finish the team off. But if he stays healthy and gets hot, it's going to motivate management to get some more players.
A lot of people are looking at this week, the 3 games that are finishing tonight with the Boston, then the 4-game series with the Yankees that begins tomorrow, then a chance to assess where the Rays are in the standings. Is it worth it for them to go out and try to add some help? As we all know, Tampa Bay is not a big revenue team. They don't have a lot of money to throw around. Will they add a bat, maybe a reliever, to a bullpen that's been serviceable considering all the guys they lost from last year? Scudero fouls it off to stay alive.
Well, they're selling out every game in San Francisco, and they talk about needing a bat out there, and they can attribute the bat or the move they make in San Francisco possibly to the fan base supporting that team, an extra 10,000 or so a game. Well, that's what kind of support Tampa Bay needs now going into the trading deadline. They need the people to keep coming out, not just when Boston and the Yankees are here, but when every team comes in.
Chopper toward third. Going to be a tough play and a good decision there by Longoria to let it roll foul. Well, to back up your point, Oral, in terms of average home attendance, Tampa Bay is 28th out of 30 teams. Only the Marlins and the Athletics draw fewer fans per game. Tampa Bay's at 19,570. And as you say, those numbers get inflated a little bit whenever Boston and New York comes to town.
And it's not about the product they put on the field. This is an outstanding team, and it's playing against the giants of the American League East, the Bostons and the Yankees, and they are competing with them and beating them. The Yankees and Boston don't want to come here and play these guys. They give them a hard time.
Rip foul by Scudero.
You know, guys, I could see them adding to their team by trading away some of the players that they have out on the field right now. And Andrew Freeman is so creative and so understanding of the revenue that he has to spend and the competition that he has to beat that I think he can move some players and still wind up with a better product on the field.
Swing and a miss. Scudero has gone 2 down. Let's go down to the field of Buster Olney with his thoughts on what all 3 contenders in the American League East may be looking to add at the trade deadline.
Bobby, you're exactly right. The Rays are basically looking at 2 different paths, adding players and trading away players. For example, they're willing to talk about B.J. Upton if they can get a bat to fill in. They're looking at bullpen help. The Yankees are looking for a veteran reliever. They've talked to the Colorado Rockies about Ubaldo Jimenez, although they don't have a lot of confidence they can make a deal there. And the Red Sox are looking to address their right field needs. They've talked about Carlos Beltran with the Mets, as well as Ryan Ludwig with the San Diego Padres. Right now, they still think they're going to be okay with their starting pitching.
And of course, that's another obstacle the Rays face. They can pretty much count on the fact that the Yankees and Red Sox will make a move at the end of July, maybe even into August as well, even after the first deadline has gone past. Don't know if the Rays have the wherewithal to do that, but Tampa Bay, they do a great job at focusing on what they have, not what they don't have or what the other guys have. 2 balls and a strike on Jacoby Ellsbury.
Well, Joe Madden addressed it before the game about I don't talk about what we need. It's it's denigrating to the guys that are in our clubhouse trying to win right now. If there is an opportunity down the road and we make the move, then we will address that. But I am working with the people that I have, confident in those guys.
Grounded to second. Ellsbury retired, and the inning is over. On to the bottom of the third in a scoreless game. Red Sox and Rays. Johnny Damon will bat third here this inning for Tampa Bay after Sam Fuld and Reed Brignac. The many looks of Johnny Damon, a young player with the Kansas City, kind of retained that look with the Oakland A's. But then what happened when he got to Boston? A much different look, cleaned it up with the New York Yankees, the Mohawk with the Tigers, the Faux Hawk with the Rays, the many different looks that Johnny Damon has sported over the years. The consistent thing about Johnny Damon, he has been durable, he has played, he has contributed. He's gotten on base, scored runs, good extra base power for a guy who's hit lead off a lot in his career. And seems very content right now playing with this young, hungry Rays team. Sam Fuld will lead it off. Pop the bunt up and it'll drop untouched in foul territory. Fuld is a guy, Joe Madden says if he played more, he should win a Gold Glove. Spectacular defense, including a throw, Bobby, Friday night. I know you're still marveling at.
Yeah, he retrieved the ball down the left field line, did a 360, threw a strike to second base, and had Dustin Pedroia out by 5 steps. He's a very good defensive player, and he was a bat boy for my cousin Anthony's University of New Hampshire college team when he was 13, and Anthony told me at 13 he could have batted third in their lineup. So he loves the game of baseball, and he's a fabulous all-around player. That bunting, he came out early and bunted for 15 minutes. He'll try to get one tonight before the night's over.
Former Chicago Cub, a New Hampshire native, so popular up in Red Sox country.
Isn't there a story about him learning to throw right-handed in case he has to play second base someday?
Yeah.
That's the guy. He'll do anything to get in the lineup.
Got hurt, so he spent time while he was out learning to throw with his right hand better, just in case. That's a gamer.
And he was protecting us during the home run derby. We were out there in left center field. He had no chances, but he got to introduce us to his beautiful wife, Sarah, who's a Princeton graduate, and they entertained us for about 2.5 hours. We were glad to have him.
And a note passed along by Tim Kirchin this morning. Sam Fuld went to high school with Mark Zuckerberg, the founder of Facebook. Although, according to reports, Sam doesn't remember Mark Zuckerberg from high school. So,
well, we'll get in touch with.
Oh, that's Buster.
Mark.
I thought it was Tim. Hey, Rick Sutcliffe just caught a ball. Rick Sutcliffe's here for tomorrow night's game, and he just caught a ball. Swing and a miss. Fuld is gone. All right, let me get this straight. Tim Kirchin gave us the he threw right-handed story. Buster Olney gave us the Mark Zuckerberg story. Let's all play nicely here together tonight, guys.
And the story is
and they're
Sam
tweeting the corrections right now.
Looking for credit.
I'm taking a beating in the social media world right now. Sorry, guys. There's a lot going on up here.
It's much easier when you didn't have 213,000 cross-checkers.
Ain't that the truth? Here's Reed Brignac. Brignac, the shortstop, hitting just 200, although, as you can see, he's been hot lately to get his average up to 200. The Rays have used Sean Rodriguez, Elliott Johnson, and Brignac at short. Haven't gotten much offense from any of them.
There was a little shot in the dugout of that communication we were talking about early in the game. You know, a catcher communicates with a pitcher with sign language, putting fingers between his legs, with body language, and now he's communicating with a scouting report and with the language of English that is well learned.
1-2.
They're going over how we got him out last time and what can we do in the future to mix it up, or are we going to stay the same? And the detail that the Tampa Bay staff has, Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, what Jeff Neiman was just going over, what Joe Madden tries to impress upon them with defense and positioning and shifting, that detail from the staff passes down to, oh, it's important to the coaches and the manager, it'll be important to me. and they immediately pay more attention, put more effort into it, and put more time in the video room studying it, and then communicate among each other. And it's fantastic to see.
Dave Martinez, the bench coach, has a lot to do with that information sharing.
Little up and away, 2-2 the count on Brignac.
Here's Dave, about 2 pounds lighter now that he's trimmed that beard. He had a beard that was just a little longer than the beard in San Francisco. Now he's clean shaven.
He said the chicks hatched out of the egg, so it was time to shave the beard. One of the good people in the game, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. A good at bat here by Brignac.
Well, it will be a good at bat if he centers one and hits it in the gap. Otherwise, he'll be kicking the dirt as he walks back to the bench. But he is fouling him off, making him work, seeing all of his pitches.
Two and a check swing on the breaking ball in the dirt. Confirmed on the appeal down to third, says Jim Reynolds. Full count now.
We talk about pitcher-catcher relationship. Josh Beckett has been outstanding with Jason Varitek behind the plate. Those two communicate too, and Josh Beckett has really grown because of Jason Varitek. He took an angry young man that came over here that was supposed to have great potential and be the ace, and has really fashioned him into an outstanding pitcher, not just a thrower.
Ripped down the right field line. Another foul ball, and upcoming will be the 9th pitch of this at bat.
These two have been exceptional together, and Varitek has had to battle him over the years to kind of hone him in, but now Josh Beckett loves throwing to him, trusts him at every point in the game, and Jason doesn't have to put fingers down, get shaken off, and put him back down anymore. He just follows along.
Maybe playable in foul territory. Just beyond the reach of Gonzalez.
So he threw 2-2 curveball in the dirt and then backed up fastballs on 3-2 twice. Does he come with a changeup here, or does he just say, I don't think he can time this fastball? I think that he's timing the fastball pretty nicely right now. He's out in front of 2 of them. I think right now changeup screws him into the dirt and sends him back to the bench.
When the fastball is being pulled foul, that means he's out in front of the fastball, and if you're going to take 20-mile-an-hour velocity off with a changeup or a curveball, you get him farther out in front for a swing and miss. Changeup.
Deep but playable for Ellsbury. 2 down. So that'll bring up Johnny Damon. We showed you his career numbers. Bobby V said in the first inning he thinks that Damon will eventually wind up in the Baseball Hall of Fame. Tim Kirchin, how do you feel about Damon's career so far?
Well, he's certainly better than I thought he was when you examine these numbers. But to me, he's still in that no man's land with Harold Baines and Vada Pinson and Al Oliver and Bill Buckner. Under 3,000 hits. To me, he's not as good as Tim Raines was, and he gets 25% of the vote every year. That's not going to be good enough, obviously. And the one thing to keep in mind about Johnny Damon, as good as he's been, the highest he's ever finished in the MVP voting is 13th, and that is not going to help his case.
He has been an all-star twice. He has some numbers that make you go, wow, this guy deserves consideration. Then, as Tim says, he's got some other areas where you say, well, he doesn't fit the Hall of Famer profile in those areas. Of course, he's done some very big things in October, and that never hurts.
Well, we're examining this in the present tense, though, and Bobby said he's still going to play.
Yeah.
And if he's a bubble guy now and he can play for another 3, maybe 4 years till he's 41 years old, those numbers are going to be a lot different. You can add another 10 or 20%.
Right now, no. In the future, very possibly, and I say yes.
Whether he gets to 3,000 or not?
Yes.
335 hits away. So presumably he would need this year, next year, and one more year to.
We're talking about a guy who's played
chance.
140 games on average, that is very healthy, very energetic, has adapted to a youthful clubhouse here in Tampa Bay, loves the fact that he's energized by these guys. He's now even playing on turf and staying healthy.
2-2. Does having a bobblehead help your Hall of Fame candidacy?
Oh, absolutely. You need a bobblehead, and he's had a few of them. The Mohawk bobblehead, though, here is one that I need for my collection. And the other thing about Johnny Damon and him not getting votes is that he looks really ugly at times when he's playing the game of baseball.
You mean his swing?
His swing.
Right.
Not the Mohawk.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unorthodox.
Different.
Yes.
But he just doesn't come to mind when you think of a good-looking baseball player, All-American type. Like, oh, he'll be a Hall of Famer. He doesn't. He runs the bases awkwardly, even though very fast, and stole some crucial bases in October. He swings awkwardly, but he gets it done with really good mechanics at the key moments and the key times. He plays outfield kind of awkwardly, but gets the job done.
Fly ball to right field. Got some carry on it, but not enough. Drew with the catch, with his back up against the wall. We're at the end of 3. No score in this game. Pedroia, Gonzalez, Youkilis coming out for the Red Sox. The official lawn care company of Major League Baseball. Back with Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser, Buster Olney, and Tim Kirchin at Tropicana Field. As Dustin Pedroia leads off the 4th for the Red Sox and drops one into left field for a base hit. Fold over in a hurry to cut it off and hold Pedroia to a single. He threw out Pedroia, trying to stretch a single into a double on a play not that dissimilar to that a couple of nights ago.
And you saw Pedroia saying, I'm not going to be fooled twice. Sam went to the line last night on a ball that he had to run for much further than this and threw Dustin out at second base. This time he gets to the line quickly, bobbles the ball, and Dustin just says, he got me once.
Look at that face.
He's not getting me again.
That's great. So Pedroia contented with a single. He's extended his hitting streak now to a 15-gamer. And here is Adrian Gonzalez. And obviously, Bobby, with a runner at first now, a different configuration on the infield for the Rays.
Yeah, not as deep in the outfield. Still pulled all the way around to the right to get that ground ball. But the second baseman isn't as deep into right field because they need to get the lead runner at second base on a ground ball.
Now, we had a game earlier this year when Adrian Gonzalez had this kind of shift. It wasn't against the Rays, and he poked the ball to left field. He just decided to hit a routine ground ball to third base and take the base hit. And I wouldn't be surprised here if he gets a pitch like that he wouldn't do the same thing. Because remember, they signed him in Boston because of the green monster in short left field. He's a left-hander that goes that way naturally.
He does go that way. Up in the air, though, and Fold will make the catch. Pedroia hustling back to first.
And there was the fly ball to the outfield. They were playing for the ground ball pull. But, you know, we talk about the beautiful swing of Adrian Gonzalez and the not-so-beautiful swing of Johnny Damon. But look, as they come and their bat starts to come forward, the bat's up over their head in both spots. As they make contact, they're firm and they're off of their back foot in both sides. So they are absolutely identical in their hitting zone. It's just the beginning and the end of their swing that makes them look different. But actually, as you said, Oral, a lot of times mechanically sound. That's why he has 2,600 hits.
It just reminds me of a Jim Furyk or a Hubert Green in golf. You see guys that look pretty with golf swings, and then you see other guys.
So that was a look at our pro tips brought to you by Cabot Wood Stains. The differences in some areas, similarities in others between the swings of Adrian Gonzalez and Johnny Damon. Here's Kevin Youkilis with Pedroia at first, 1 out. No score in the top of the 4th. Youkilis drives the ball to center field, but right it up. 2 down. Now with 2 down, it'll be David Ortiz, who, if you have not heard yet, appealed his suspension for the brawl last week in Baltimore. Originally a 4-game suspension handed down. He has appealed, so he can play, and presumably, unless it's ruled on very soon, he will play in Baltimore, where the Red Sox begin a series tomorrow night. Kevin Gregg of the Orioles also suspended.
Well, you'd almost think that baseball would want to hear those appeals before they get to Baltimore, so in case they don't reduce the appeals or they have to start serving them, that it would kind of calm that series down a little bit, that they would both not be active on the roster.
And I would think if you're going to have a bat like Poppy's out of your lineup, you'd want it out of the lineup in Baltimore.
Yeah.
Because that's a team that you could probably beat without Poppy's bat in the lineup.
And the Yankees and the Mets used to get all the benefits, of suspensions because they wouldn't get appealed and get heard until they came to New York. And now they're doing a few more of those, not specifically when teams come to New York, but when baseball calls for the hearing.
Runner goes. And no throw as Lobaton lost the handle on the exchange.
Dustin Pedroia had a great jump. There was no chance at throwing him out at second base, but here on a pitch that's up and away, the ball clanks and it goes into the hard part of the glove. There's never a handle on the exchange, so there's no chance of throwing him out, but he had a running start. Dustin's a very good baseball player, and he's safe even with a perfect throw to second.
It's 17 steals now this year for Pedroia. Good breaking ball in for a strike, 1-2. Away, 2-2. Let's go down to Buster Olney. Buster, some news on David Ortiz's suspension?
Well, they are talking about possibly starting him serving his suspension on Monday in Baltimore. It's not confirmed. It's not a done deal, but it could start tomorrow.
And again, originally a 4-game suspension pending the outcome of the appeal. Another strikeout for Neiman. 6 through 4 shutout innings for the big right-hander. Part of the order coming up for the Rays: Zobrist, Longoria, and Kochman. presented by Taco Bell. No score between the Red Sox and Rays as we go to the bottom of the fourth. Buster Olney with Red Sox manager Terry Francona.
Terry, what do you see in Josh Beckett so far?
You know, he looks like Josh Beckett, which I think is kind of a relief. There's no limitations. He's just pitching, and he's going to need to pitch because their guy's throwing the ball pretty good, too.
Now, Dustin Pedroia was hitting 247 on June 8th. Now he's getting close to 300. What changed for him?
I think he actually, when he got his knee checked, and he knew that, you know, it still hurt a little bit, but he knew he wasn't going to hurt himself. It kind of freed him up a little bit to go out and play like he can play. He's just too good a player to keep him down.
Terry, thanks. Dan, back to you.
All right, Buster, thank you. Ben Zobrist hits the ball a mile down the right field line, but just foul. Man, oh man.
Dan, that's one of those inside pitches where you have to really clear your hands around your front hip to get the barrel of the bat to that ball and keep it in fair territory. As he comes around here, his hands go toward his hip, just not quite enough to have the barrel of the bat in fair territory when that ball is hit, for the angle to be correct, or to be in fair territory.
Dangerous from both sides of the plate. Among the league leaders in doubles and extra base hits as well. Ben Zobrist had the grand slam in the Rays win on Friday. Did that from the right side of the plate. 9-6 Tampa Bay Friday, 9-5 Red Sox yesterday. Much different stories so far here tonight. No score in the bottom of the fourth. Euclid on the first, one down. So Zobrist retired, and that'll bring up Evan Longoria. Longoria is the only man to reach base against Josh Beckett so far. Did that on an infield hit, a ball off the foot of Beckett that bounced over toward the third baseline. It was the second consecutive batter. Zobrist did it as well. Hit a ball off Beckett. With the Zobrist one in the first inning, Beckett picked up, fired to first for the out. The Longoria one he couldn't get to. It rolled all the way over toward the third baseline.
You heard Terry Francona talk about Josh Beckett. Looks like Josh Beckett. We're back on 7-8, July 8th. Tweaked his knee against Baltimore in a 5-inning outing.
Coming on in right field, J.D. Drew for out number 2.
He then scratched himself at the All-Star game. Was supposed to pitch the second inning and did not feel perfect. He said if it would have been a regular season game, he probably would have went. He also has had a healthy side work, but watch the front leg, how it has to brace himself. Torque stops that front hip so the hip can come through. And he's checking out his footing almost every pitch down there, but it doesn't look like there's any pain, but it does look like he's a little bit deliberate at times with that front landing leg.
I agree totally with you, Earl, and I think that he's been allowed to be really in control of his body and his motion because of the lack of base runners and lack of effort that he needs to get these hitters out. If he's stressed during an inning or during the game, I think it might come up a problem.
What happens during a game is you start to develop a hole out there in the front where you land, but as you fatigue, your stride length can sometimes change from especially the wind up to the stretch, and your stride will start to shorten a little bit, and you see he's not really reaching the original hole anymore, and you can feel that.
Kochman with a bouncer up the middle, diving stop, Pedroia back to his feet, and he got him. An outstanding play by Dustin Pedroia to end the inning. Top of the 5th inning, no score between the Red Sox and Rays. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. J.D. Drew will lead it off for Boston against right-hander Jeff Neiman. Drew grounding out his first time up. Outstanding play by Red Sox second baseman Dustin Pedroia to win the bottom of the 4th, robbing Casey Kotchman of a potential base hit.
Well, he's gotten a base hit, he's gotten a stolen base, and a fabulous defensive play. Just check, check, check for this guy as the guy you want on your team as often as possible.
Now, Bobby, you played a lot of infield. Take us through this play.
Well, as he goes to his right, the first thing you do is have to open up your glove. Then he uses the momentum of the slide to have him pop up. Knowing the speed of the runner, he knows that Kotchman's not the fastest guy in the world, but he has now got to rush the throw, sets his feet, and does it. You'll see he jumps to get set. He dives with his glove open. He has the momentum of his slide that allows him to get up. He turns his right foot so he can direct the ball towards first. Does it all.
And when the Red Sox take infield, he makes diving plays also. He doesn't just do that for the game. He practices his dives.
Yes, he does.
He's absolutely amazing to watch take infield, take early ground balls. It's all full speed.
Strike 3 call to get Drew. Between innings, our Tim Kirchin spoke with Tampa Bay manager Joe Maddon.
Thanks, Joe. How good has your guy, Jeff Neiman, been so far?
Pretty good tonight. A lot like he looked before the All-Star break at Yankee Stadium. Good fastball, nice angle. He's elevating it when he wants to, but the curveball has been really good. He's throwing a couple really good splits to both righties and lefties.
And how good has their guy, Josh Beckett, been so far?
Well, that's all right. We have 2 hits down like the last 13 innings versus this guy. He's got it all going on. He's so different from the last maybe year or 2 years. Command of all of his pitches. They're very sharp. We're getting bad swings.
Thank you, Joe. Back to you, Dan.
Tim, thank you very much. A great pitcher's duel developing here between Josh Beckett and Jeff Neiman. Neiman already with a season-high 7 strikeouts, and he's only gone 4 1/3 here tonight. His career high is 9. A guy who really slots in closer to the back end of the Tampa Bay rotation. They've got, obviously, David Price had a sensational year last year. James Shields, until yesterday, probably just a blip, having a sensational year this year. And Reddick at 3-0 had the green light there, Bobby.
Absolutely. Terry's going to let him loose. He's a young player with a power factor that Terry Francona wants to develop into the kind of hitter they need in the outfield. That was a 3-0 fastball that came in. He got a check swing, but now at least he's timing this fastball.
Draws the walk. 1-out walk for Reddick in the 5th inning. Let's revisit the Tampa Bay rotation with Price and Shields. I mean, 2 legitimate top of the rotation guys. Jeremy Hellickson, the rookie, having a terrific year. Wade Davis on the DL right now. And Jeff Neiman, or maybe he's the wild card in this rotation. A guy who, if the breaking ball's going and he stays healthy, I mean, he can, as we've seen tonight, he can be dominant.
Well, 3, 4, and 5 need to measure up, and Neiman is the guy. There's Price over there. He is somebody you can count on for sure. But Neiman, at age 28, this is only his 72nd start in the big leagues, so he is still learning on the job, but he is nothing but a winner. Career-wise, he is 31-20 coming into this start. So if he can start to put it all together, this is not a guy who came to the big leagues when he was 21 years old and got, 30 starts. Then another 30, then another 30. Now he turns 25 and he's got 100 starts under his belt. He hasn't even reached 100 yet, and he's a 28-year-old. So he could be their wild card that blossoms just in time to put him over the top in the second half.
Bunted, foul, and a good job by Lobaton to chase that ball and pick it up before it looked like it almost might come back fair off the bat of Veritek. By the way, Alex Cobb, a right-hander, has been called up and will start the game tomorrow night for the Rays against the Yankees. A game you can see right here on ESPN. Monday Night Baseball tomorrow, right here from Tropicana Field, the home of the Rays. Alex Cobb against A.J. Burnett tomorrow night. Carl Ravitch, Rick Sutcliffe, Aaron Boone will bring you the telecast tomorrow night. Scudero waiting on deck. Varitek the batter, grounded out back to the mound his first time up. No score here in this game in the 5th inning after 2 high-scoring games yesterday and Friday night. There's a great looking changeup by Neiman, and the count is 0-2.
Well, that's a pitch that has to come along for him. His slider and his changeup, hitters are hitting over 400 on both those pitches when the count ends in them. The curveball and the fastball, hitters are hitting around 250. So that's why it's said that he needs to have his curveball to have good outings, because that is really his second pitch. But if he can get the changeup going and the slider going, now he's really got a chance to be dominant.
That was a really good combination after that changeup away, coming in with the fastball in. I think it surprised everyone. Right on the edge. Still totally in control of this at bat.
Diving back into first is Reddick. And the curveball lifted in the air to very shallow left field. Fold is there, 2 down. This week, E60 returns to ESPN Tuesday nights with a whole new slate of shows. Among the stories featured this week, Lisa Salters profiles resurgent Yankee All-Star center fielder Curtis Granderson. It's E60 presented by Lincoln, Tuesday at 7 Eastern on ESPN. 2 down here in the Red Sox 5th. No score. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. With Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser, Tim Kirchin, Buster Olney, I'm Dan Schulman. This is Marco Scudero, the Red Sox shortstop, who struck out his first time up. Safe at first after the snap throw there by Lobaton.
You know, Dan, this special coming up on E360 on Curtis Granderson. You think about Jacoby Ellsbury and now how he has added power to his game. The adjustment that Granderson made with the Yankees to add the power. Ellsbury has made the switch, and the top 2 guys in the American League East at the top of the order. You know, they're doing a job with some power and speed. I know Granderson doesn't hit leadoff, but he's there.
Driven to center field. And Upton runs it down, making it look easy to end the inning. To the bottom of the 5th, still no score. Bottom of the fifth, no score at Tropicana Field in the rubber match of this 3-game series between American League East Division rivals, the Boston Red Sox and the Tampa Bay Rays. B.J. Upton leads it off against Josh Beckett. And Upton golfs one to straightaway center field, where his counterpart, Jacoby Ellsbury, makes the catch in a little more conventional fashion than perhaps Mr. Upton caught the ball to end the last half inning.
Well, BJ had a great track on this ball, and you see how this is a perceptual skill because he never watches the ball into the glove. Matter of fact, he's ready to close his eyes as that ball goes into his glove. Everything in baseball is perception. You figure it out through the angles in your mind's eye. You put the bat where you think the ball is going to be. You put the glove where you think the ball is going to be. Once you tracked it, he tracked it well and made a good catch.
0 for 2 at the plate, and here's the catcher, Jose Lobaton. Both of these pitchers are on tonight. Neiman has thrown 72 pitches, 47 of them for strikes. As Lobaton steps in, Beckett has thrown 60 pitches, 40 of them for strikes. Josh Beckett going back to his one hitter that he threw in this building on the 15th of June. So he's now gone 13 1/3 innings against Tampa Bay this year. He's allowed 2 hits, both of them infield hits, has not walked a batter, and has not given up a run.
And Joe Maddon did not need a chart to tell him that. He remembered it well.
Although I was reminded earlier today that as great a performance as it was for Beckett, nobody saw it in Boston that night, because that was the night the Boston Bruins won the Stanley Cup, June the 15th, when Josh Beckett pitched down here a month ago. But he's repeating the performance. We're not interrupting dinner or anything.
We're talking about a snack.
Doing a ball game.
This is not Bobby's dinner. This is
I promise it's Bobby's.
Dinner.
Bobby, what did you want on your hot dog?
I'll tell
This
you.
is my hot dog over here.
Oh, okay, that's
yours,
fine.
all right?
The things that go on that you don't know about. You earned it. You both earned it. Just a little.
Long
That was
day,
nice in the
day.
truck because they're not getting any food. They saw us starting
Long
to prepare our hot dogs. We
Tim?
should send it down to Tim
Buster?
and Buster.
Yeah. You guys need anything down there? Buster Olney and Tim Kirkchen down. Buster at third base, Tim at first base. You guys need any hot dogs, guys?
I'll take something.
Nothing for me. I already ate, and I weigh 140 pounds. I'm done.
There's a strike to Sean Rodriguez.
Peanuts.
That's what they get down at the field. That's the leftovers from Tim and Buster. Pulled foul and quickly 0-2.
Sean Rodriguez wasn't scheduled to be in this game when he came to the ballpark. He might be just the guy to do something special, thinking he's the latecomer and wants to get more PT next game.
To right field. Drew back with room. Eight pitches, all strikes for Beckett to take care of the Rays in the fifth. Sure did, Carl. Picking up Francisco Rodriguez. The Brewers a half game ahead of the Pirates and the Cardinals in the National League Central, with the Reds just 3.5 back. 1 week from tonight, by the way, we will be in Cincinnati for Sunday Night Baseball. The Reds will host the Atlanta Braves. Jacoby Ellsbury leading off the 6th. 0 for 2 on the night. Well, Barry Larkin talking about it's all about the pitching. The Pittsburgh Pirates have some good pitching, including their closer, Joel Hanrahan, an all-star this year. Kevin Correa's had a great year. Jeff Karstens, and just a deep, solid rotation. They're having the best year they've had since Barry Bonds was a Pittsburgh Pirate back in 1992.
Got to the break 2 games over. Right now 5 games over, thanks to having a 3-game series against the Astros.
Sharply hit, but a right at the shortstop, Brignac. 1 down. Well, let's go down to Buster Olney. Buster, do you think there's a chance the Pirates will actually go out and try to get somebody to help their team?
The team that traded Jason Bay and Freddie Sanchez and Jack Wilson and so many others over the last decade is actually out in the trade market asking about players, specifically Josh Willingham of the Oakland Athletics. They're looking for a bat to stabilize the middle of their lineup, Dan.
And offense is where they have struggled. Fundamentally sound team. Again, a good deep pitching staff. But they don't compare offensively to Milwaukee, Cincinnati, or St. Louis at this point of the season. But here they are. They're right in the hunt. They're legit well into the second half of the season.
I think they're one team that could do Carlos Beltran and not worry about the salary.
Pedroia went around, says Chad Fairchild. But they could absorb that money, is what you're saying?
Absolutely. They're drawing now. They haven't spent money in a decade. They need a player who can drive some runs in and give them stability. I think that's just the kind of player they need.
A ball and 2 strikes on Pedroia.
He might have a no trade to Pittsburgh.
Buster, what do you hear? That comment that Bobby made about Beltran. What do you think?
That the Mets are indicating to other teams they are willing to eat some money in a Beltran deal as long as they get a good prospect back. And in talking with executives around baseball, they say this puts Cleveland and Pittsburgh in a different situation. If they're willing to give up a top prospect, the Mets will eat the money. It could actually work. You raise a interesting point about the no trade clause. Beltran will control this.
Now to play off to the right. Meanwhile, the Cardinals are also right in the hunt, just a half game back. Tim, what do you hear about them?
The Cardinals are looking for a reliever, Dan. As we saw Friday night with the walk-off from Brandon Phillips, they could use another guy for the back end of that bullpen. Heath Bell, of course, is the perfect alternative there. But a lot of other teams are looking at him, including the Phillies, and it's going to take an awful lot to get him because San Diego's not going to let a reliever of that caliber go cheaply.
Pedroia grounds one between third and short. Brignac with a long throw in time.
Oh, that's a terrific play. You talked about fielders charging balls in on the grass and fielding off the left and throwing off the right. You see, as he goes into this hole, he steps with his left, then throws off his right and throws very accurately with enough of velocity. That's an excellent play on a very difficult ball in the hole.
So Pedroia has robbed a Tampa Bay hitter, Casey Kotchman, and now he just got robbed himself. Here's Adrian Gonzalez. We've had a total of just 3 hits in the game. One of them by Gonzalez, had a single in the first. Pedroia had a single in the fourth. And Longoria a single in the first for the Rays. That's it. Out of play. Gonzalez is the American League leader in, among other things, batting average and RBIs. And very possibly the front runner at this point for the American League MVP award, depending on how things shake out over the next couple of months. Obviously, If he keeps it up and the Red Sox keep it up, he's in great shape. Pulls a ground ball down to the first baseman, Kochman, to end the inning. 3 up and 3 down. They go again to the bottom of the 6th. Still no score. Baseball presented by Taco Bell. And more Major League action comes your way tomorrow night. Monday Night Baseball here on ESPN, right here from Tropicana Field. The Yankees are here to take on the Rays. Then Wednesday Night Baseball presented by Sears Lawn and Garden. It will be the Cardinals at Citi Field against the New York Mets. Major League Baseball Monday night and Wednesday night. Both games also available online at ESPN3.com. Sam Fuld to lead off the bottom of the 6th for the Rays. It's a scoreless game. Josh Beckett on the mound has given up just 1 infield hit through 5. A little bit outside. You talked, Bobby, about Fuld is bound and determined to get a bunt down here tonight.
Well, he bunts very well at third base. Kevin's in close on the grass, but he also could bring it with him and take one by the pitcher and try to out hustle the ball to first base on a bunt to the right side.
Takes a strike.
I think with the third baseman in close like Kevin Youkilis is, even with a good bunt, he could beat it out. If he puts the ball right between the grass and that foul line and deadens it enough, he'll be on first base, and I think it's worth a try.
Now at 1 and 2, that's out of play for this at bat.
And the great thing about bunting for a hit is you try to go for base hit or foul. When you're bunting for a sacrifice, you're just trying to get it out there and deaden it the right distance. Now with 2 strikes, he won't be bunting for a hit, but the strategy when you're bunting for a base hit is to try and make the perfect bunt or have it roll foul.
Breaking ball and a swing and a miss. Fuld retired, 1 down.
Well, Josh Beckett has gone from a guy who relies on velocity to someone that really thinks command is a key to pitching. He's not a thrower anymore. Watch where Veritek sets up. That's one of the only misses of the game. Watch here. He's all near the glove and in the edges. These are what are called good misses if you're a pitcher. You're going for the glove, but if you miss the glove, you don't miss to the heart of the plate. You miss to the edges, and that's where Josh Beckett has been all night.
can see great numbers for both pitchers. Hardly any hits, just one walk in the game. Low pitch count, a lot of strikes for both guys. And again, Josh Beckett virtually unhittable against the Rays so far this season. Both of his starts have come in this ballpark. And he's been about as dominant as a guy can be. A complete game one hitter on June the 15th. The one hit was an infield hit. 5 1/3 of one hitter tonight, and the one hit is an infield hit. And he hasn't walked a batter.
At least he didn't wait till 8 2/3 to give up the hit like Dave Steve did in back-to-back outings years ago.
I remember those well.
I'm sure you did.
Yeah.
Did you do those games?
No, I was a youngin' then. That was before I got going.
And you were rooting for the Jays.
One was against. Oh, I'm just going to get ripped back home for not remembering this.
No, it won't take that long. They'll tweet it.
One was against Cleveland, I want to say, and one was against Baltimore. Back-to-back starts, and no hitter with 2 outs in the 9th inning.
One was a bad hot ground ball.
Right.
Look at this guy.
Out at first again. Pedroia with another great play.
Bobby, your thoughts?
Well, he's an athlete. He loves the game of baseball. There he dives the same way. This time the ball bounced out of his glove, but he reverses, and from his knees on his way up, he throws one hop to his friend at first, who saves the play, and Adrian picks it on one hop for the out.
What a great call.
And here we have a little enthusiasm. I made the play because I'm good.
Brignac robbed Pedroia. Now Pedroia robs Brignac, and the Rays can't believe it. 2 down, nobody on, and back to the top of the order for Johnny Damon. This will get out of play.
You know, we've had 2 tight plays there. Dustin Pedroia, Andy Fletcher, the first base umpire, has been right on it. We're up here going, did he really get him? We wait for the replay, and he's having to look at it in real time, right on. He was all over it. Fantastic job.
Bob Engel up here in the booth as the umpire supervisor, enjoying the work of his men.
Well, we get on them sometimes, so we should compliment them when they've had some tough ones and get it perfect.
Oh, absolutely. They get it right.
Oh,
98% of the time.
But the other 2% really got under your skin when you were managing, huh?
Oh, yes. Because it always seemed like it was more than 2% when it was our team, and that's what everyone feels. Yeah. Why us? Why us? Jim McKeon stopped by before the game, too. Former Major League umpire, gives us some help once in a while.
He's been a great asset for us at ESPN to call and ask on rulings, or before we go on the air on Baseball Tonight or something, we see a play, just want to cross-check a rule.
Beckett shaking off Varitek. Now 3 times, and finally Varitek says, okay, hang on, let's start over here. On the appeal, he went, and the inning is over. Damon didn't like it. 6 in the books at Tropicana Field. More great defense from Dustin Pedroia. A big reason why this game is still scoreless. Taco Bell is brought to you by Volkswagen. That's the power of German engineering. That's Das Auto. Dan Schulman to Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser, Buster Olney, Tim Kirkjian, Tropicana Field. Scoreless game, 7th inning.
You see him jumping there. That's because a body that's in motion tends to stay in motion. He gets set, makes the great play, and then last inning as he reverses his field, gets onto that right foot to make the throw.
Two. Knee buckling curveball there. And a good pitch for Neiman all night long, and the count is 0-2. Pedroia, 2 great defensive plays and a hit tonight. Gold Glove winner. Back in 2008, he's been a Rookie of the Year, an All-Star, an MVP. He's a popular guy with his teammates with his play tonight. Also has a stolen base in this game. Another strikeout for Neiman. That's 8.
Just a 3-inning game is what they're playing right now. It looks like both of these pitchers are going to go 3 innings. More. When you get Uke out in front looking for the fastball and you get thrown something off speed and down, he's going to be over the top of it and out in front of it. And here he is over the top of it and out in front of it. Uke's a very good hitter on those balls up and the ball's in.
Ortiz bounces one foul.
Son of a bitch. Well, David wanted that one back. He thought he was timing the ball better than he was.
This is David Ortiz hitting not the catcher, but the umpire, Chad Fairchild, on the backswing. Didn't see that one very often.
You get hit in the head with a bat, a little grace is deserved. Some serious pain there. Remember, he doesn't have the helmet like the catcher does. He's got a soft hat on behind that mask. Not normally something you ever see.
We mentioned Andy Fletcher's game at first base. You know, Chad's has had a very good game behind the plate also.
What a fun game to umpire behind the plate with both these pitchers right in there throwing strikes and then right on the edges to finish people off.
Look at this, right field.
And they got him. Boy, that's got to be frustrating.
Well, we've complimented Josh Beckett, but what a job that Jeff Neiman has done tonight. Remember, the Red Sox have scored 47 runs with 18 home runs in the last 6 games against their opponents. So he is going up against the hot American League East team, and he has been outstanding. We talked about Beckett making pitches that were good mistakes or great pitchers' pitches. All of these pitches out of the strike zone, but they're ahead in the count to finish people off right on the edge, look like a strike, end up a ball. He has been stellar.
Down and in ball 1 to J.D. Drew. Just 2 hits allowed, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts for Neiman. Drew has grounded out and struck out. This is Neiman's 5th start since coming off the disabled list, and 4 of them have been terrific. Beat the Yankees his last time out. Another ground ball. Shift on again. It'll be Brignac, the shortstop, this time to end the inning. It's time for the 7th inning stretch here at Tropicana Field with some of the Rays' big bats coming up in a scoreless game. We go to the bottom of the 7th here at Tropicana Field. Despite the best efforts of Dustin Pedroia with his bat and with his legs, still no score in this game. Pedroia's had a couple of great defensive plays as well, but really the big stories have been the two starting pitchers, Jeff Neiman and Josh Beckett. The Red Sox have 2 hits. The Rays have 1 as we go to the bottom of the 7th. Ben Zobrist just grounded out twice. Not a bad idea given how tough the hits are to come by tonight. After Zobrist, it'll be Evan Longoria and then Casey Kochman. 2, 3, and 4 hitters in the Rays lineup. Look at the low pitch count in the last 3 innings for Josh Beckett. Just 28 pitches to get through the 4th, 5th, and 6th combined. Overall, you got to be impressed.
Well, I am impressed. He's 31 years old now. He's married. He's expecting a child. He's matured before our very eyes. He's now a 4-pitch pitcher. The fastball's a little over 50% of the time, but the other 3, the cutter, the changeup, and the curveball, are all divided equally, about 17% each. And I'll tell you what, he's been outstanding. There's probably people home saying 17% each, that's 51. No, that can't be over 50% with a fastball, but just take my word for it, it's real close.
3 times 17 is 51. That's what I did right here.
I know you
so
did.
he has 103%.
Exactly, because he gives full effort. He gives 110%. So he's even got 7% we're not talking about.
Got it. Perfect.
See? I knew I'd figure it out.
Ooh, look good. Ever since you ate that hot dog, your math's just gone.
It's really
just gone.
Yeah.
Full count.
I'll tell you what, though, Josh is really, he's outstanding now. He thinks about command. He's not overthrowing. He's pitching within his ability, and that's what's given him the ability to pitch with the knee that he kind of tweaked. You see that pitch right there, but you know, he's not out there grunting and huffing and puffing, and it's not a max effort. He's staying within himself. He's keeping his balance. He tweaked his knee that actually had to pull him out of the All-Star game, so it was something that he had accomplished and wanted to pitch in there, went down there and warmed up, and he said it just didn't feel right. Probably could go. But that guy right there, Terry Francona, he was anxious coming into the night, and he is so glad to see his pitcher out there. John Lackey made an effort last night. Kind of a raging bull when he came out of the game last night a little bit.
Center field and deep. Ellsbury on the track will make the catch for the first out. So now Evan Longoria. He's got an infield hit. That's the only base runner that the Rays have tonight. He's also hit a fly ball to right field. And a strike. Longoria wanted to make sure that's just about as high as the strike zone will go in this at bat as he checks with Chad Fairchild. Rip foul, 0-2. Check out the MLB Fan Cave at MLBFanCave.com. Many of baseball's biggest stars have stopped by the cave already this season. Check out all the videos and see who will visit the cave next. Follow at MLB Fan Cave on Twitter and like the MLB Fan Cave on Facebook.
Well, we mentioned how the offense of the Rays rests on the shoulders of Longoria, and that doesn't mean that he has to hit 50 home runs in the second half. That just means in this situation, he has to spark his team. He needs to get on base, maybe even hit a double to make something happen for his team offensively.
Again going back is Ellsbury for out number 2.
He tried. His George was off. Hit it right toward the center fielder, huh?
If that's a gapper, it's a double like you called. And his swing it looks really, really good. It just doesn't have that complete pop that we're used to with him. And I think it's a little to do with the rib cage, oblique injury he's had, the foot injury he's nursing along.
So 2 down on fly balls to center here in the Rays 7th, and the batter is Casey Kochman. A couple of groundouts.
When you're not perfect, you can look great, you can look like you feel good, but you're just not into it completely. And baseball is such a ground-up sport, like all their actions. And if your feet are a little sore, and then as the energy transfers up and your rib cage is not at its strongest, but there's no pain, but you're really not cutting it loose, you get a lot of warning track type fly balls when you used to be hitting them over the fence. He had one last night where he had a perfect swing, fly ball hard to left field, just came up about 5 feet short.
Now, was that a mistake when they cut his hair behind his ears there, or is that the way? Is that V for victory? It's for Major League, isn't it?
I think it is. I played for the Indians. I saw a few of those around the ballpark.
Wow. That's a little wild thing right there. 3-1, the count on Kochman.
They're serious when they step on the field, but off the field, Joe Madden promotes the fact that you guys live and let live and have some fun. They can team blazer it every once in a while with the bullpen. They've got dress up night where they'll look like Johnny Cash. They've got times where they've had a whiteout on a plane ride.
Pajama party.
They had a pajama party.
They had a pajama party. Another high fly ball. This one left center and deep, and Ellsbury is there again. So he makes all 3 plays in deep center field. Still no score. Ball is presented by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. And in part by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Busy inning for Jacoby Ellsbury. 3 putouts, 3 deep fly balls off the bats of the Rays.
He tied a record with that.
Held by many. And we go to the 8th inning in a scoreless game. Jeff Neiman to face Josh Reddick with some activity in the Tampa Bay pen. First time we've seen any activity tonight. There have been just 3 hits tonight. Reddick has struck out and walked. Only one man has reached scoring position tonight. That was Dustin Pedroia. It's left-hander J.P. Howell, who is just now starting to get loose. And a fly ball to left field. Fold going back and has room. Well, the hitters are starting to get a little bit closer. Fly balls are getting deeper. But still nobody has been able to do any damage against Jeff Neiman or Josh Beckett tonight. Combined in this game, a total of 3 hits, only 4 base runners. Only one runner has reached scoring position. That, as mentioned, was Pedroia. Got to second. And 18 consecutive batters have been retired. Both pitchers have been absolutely outstanding.
I really like the way Sam Fuld tracks the ball. It looks like he understands math very well, understands the angles, just runs to the spot.
Stanford guy.
Stanford guy he is. But you don't necessarily have to go to college to understand math.
Good point.
Ichiro's a math genius. He went to high school.
Sam Fuld, a late round draft pick after his junior year, went back for one more year. 10th round pick by the Cubs and eventually traded to the Rays, where he has gotten an unexpectedly high amount of playing time and has become a big fan favorite in large part due to his defense. A little high.
This whole Rays team plays great defense. You see the Gold Glove in Joe Madden's office that he's kind of promoting to have one awarded to the best defensive team every year instead of just individuals.
Really like the team Gold Glove. I also like the utility man Gold Glove. I think both of those could be added to the repertoire of awards given at the end of the season.
And Joe Madden is serious. He's trying to get a baseball to expand the Gold Glove awards to include a team award, and he thinks his team would deserve it for this year. Swing and a miss by Varitek, 2 down. Well, Sam Fuld is certainly a guy who has played some great defense, and if you're a fan of Baseball Tonight and Web Gems, you are plenty familiar with Sam Fuld. Sacrificing life and limb, coming in, going back, sprawling, diving, warning track, wall, doesn't matter.
It really is all angles and perception. You have to put that glove as you're closing your eyes and diving where you think the ball's going to wind up, and he's right more than not.
And I think that's why baseball is such an experienced sport, that it takes reps to find that perception, to understand all the different things that go on in the hitting part and the defense part.
Marco Scutaro, the batter. The strikeout of Varitek, by the way, gives Neiman 9. That ties a career high. Look at that curveball.
And usually when you're sitting in a dugout wondering about the bullpen, you're looking at velocity change or command change, and I've seen neither change out of Jeff Neiman. Throwing extremely well.
Probably the loudest the crowd has been at any point tonight, trying to urge Neiman on to his 10th strikeout.
Well, both pitchers got in such good rhythm early in the game, and they really have not been forced by either lineup to get out of that rhythm. So they caused some anxiety. The anxiety is just the fact that it's a 0-0 game.
Ooh. I think they haven't gotten out of the windup very much.
You pitch this well, sometimes you get the borderline calls. Not this one, but boy, that was close.
Back out of play.
All of these statistics that people calculate, you know, my bartenders in my little place in Stanford make bets about the 3-2 pitch and that it's going to be a foul ball. They say it's close to 80% of the time. Really? Yeah. We're going to have to start charting.
I'll take the under.
Well, I think they make a lot of money on the bets.
Cowbell time here at the Trop. but Neiman loses him. A 2-out walk to Scudero here in the 8th inning.
Well, in our sampling, Dan, it's 50%.
I'll bet you it's over 70. Bet?
I bet you we'll have the numbers on that for you
they're
next
coming,
week.
baby.
Yep.
Here they come.
Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, to the mound. Marty Aronoff telling us tonight there have been 6 pitches on 3-2 counts, and 4 of them have been fouled off. So there you go.
Close to 70.
Howell ready if needed in the pen. And the left-hand hitting Jacoby Ellsbury will be the batter. Ellsbury coming into tonight on a tear, hitting .448 in his last 7 games, including a home run yesterday off James Shields. That increased Boston's lead to 6-3. They won 9-5. That's the 13th home run on the season for Ellsbury, a career high. Neiman will stay. Ellsbury will hit. Runner at first, 2 down, no score in the 8th inning at Tropicana Field.
And you would think that he's in there to get the 3rd out of this inning because there's only a left-hander up in the bullpen. He won't come in for Pedroia, I would think not.
So Neiman probably has 2 batters to get out of this, Ellsbury and Pedroia, with Gonzalez after Pedroia.
The left-hander was up in case there was trouble with Ellsbury coming up. He didn't consider a walk with two outs trouble, so he's going to let him go to 2 more hitters.
It's 2-0 here, and it's the first time he's been in the stretch for 8 batters. And he's also doing it with a different energy level. He's doing it with a man on first and a 0-0 game, and he's at 112 pitches, and the most he's thrown is 114. There's a lot of adjustments going on right now out there on the mound.
And the long conversation with Jim Hickey out on the mound looks like it really got him out of his rhythm.
And you say, why do you pick off to first? Well, I pick off to first if I've lost my release point because I want to make another throw to a different place just to kind of reboot the computer. I want to throw a ball somewhere else, even change the ball with your catcher sometimes so you can just throw another ball so you can get back into your game. Yesterday in a 3-0 count, a Tampa Bay pitcher picked off. And I was watching the game back in the hotel, and they were questioning, what are you doing? Nobody's going to run on a 3-0. And I was yelling at the TV because he's trying to get his release point back.
He's 3-0 because he's not comfortable, and he's trying to
do something.
Reestablish. Yep. Exactly.
2-1 here, 2 down. Scudero, average speed at first base. Ellsbury, a dangerous hitter at the plate. Three and 1. .114 pitches now, matching his season high.
So the difference between facing a leadoff hitter with power or no power is right now. You can't just throw a little fastball away and give him his base hit or maybe get an out. This guy can juice one on you.
Runner goes and swung on and hit high in the air down the right field line, but hooking foul.
Now a decision has to be made at first base. Kochman's asking the dugout, do you want me to play behind him or hold him on? Knowing that if he holds him on, there'll be 1 or 2 less strides that the runner will get on a double to score that go-ahead run. So he's kind of holding the line and holding him on. This is an abbreviated defense.
So many times tonight, Oral, when Neiman's had to have a pitch, we've seen him go to that curveball.
So now we're up to 7 3-2 counts with 5 foul balls. Over 70%.
Bit of a small sample size.
Very small tonight. So he's holding him on first. And just for the TV viewers, that's another one that George Brett would always say, and he told me first time during an All-Star game back, I think it's 1987. George said, you know, if you watch the game and you watch it closely, every game there'll be a foul ball that goes through the hitter's legs. We just saw one there, and I swear, every time I'm paying attention, it happens once again. 3-2.
I'm learning some stuff tonight.
Next time we play baseball trivia pursuit, we're going to win, Dan.
Scudero will be on the move again. Neiman steps off.
So when they swing and foul it off, and it goes through your legs.
How about that?
You'll see it once again.
I'll be darned. Got it. With 10 strikeouts. 8 shutout innings against the highest scoring team in all of baseball, the Boston Red Sox. Unfortunately for Neiman, the Rays have not been able to do any damage against Josh Beckett as we go to the bottom of the 8th. First pitch swinging, B.J. Upton. Only Vladimir Guerrero swings at the first pitch more often among all hitters in the American League. As Upton pops it up for out number 1. Who will be able to break through first?
And Dan, for my money, as I mentioned earlier in the telecast, I think BJ's swing is a timing swing, that he has trouble timing the pitch. And the swing at the first pitch is very strange to me because it gives him nothing to time it from.
Here's Lobezon, the catcher, 0 for 2, line out and a strikeout. Inside, 2-0. Boston pen is busy. Right-hander is Daniel Bard, who has just handled so many tough situations for the Red Sox this year. Terry Francona is such a big fan of his. Left-hander is the former Colorado Rocky, recently acquired Franklin Morales. There's a strike, 2-1. Josh Beckett gave up a 2-out infield hit in the first to Evan Longoria. That's the only base runner the Rays have tonight. And again, not to belabor the point, but when he pitched here a month ago, threw a 9-inning one-hitter without a walk, only allowed one runner, and that hit was also an infield hit. In the air to left. 2 down. So now 16 2/3 innings, 2 infield hits, no walks, no runs for Josh Beckett in this ballpark this year. Meanwhile, in the Tampa Bay pen, their closer and one of the big success stories on this team this year, Kyle Farnsworth. A brand new bullpen for the Rays. Lost just about every reliever they had last year. And Kyle Farnsworth, their closer, is up throwing right now. Sean Rodriguez, the batter.
The amazing thing is I believe that Farnsworth's going to come in to pitch the 9th inning in the tie game, or if they score. But Joe Madden got him up thinking he'll have plenty of time to pitch during this inning. BJ swung at the first pitch, and now we're 5 pitches into the inning. Then out's made right here. He won't be warmed up, and he'll have to send back Neiman just to warm up. To give Farnsworth the time to get ready in the bullpen. Then as he warms up, they'll throw it down to second. Then they'll come out and make the move.
Let's see how it progresses. 2 outs, nobody on, still no score. Bottom of the 8th, 1-1 the count on Rodriguez, who's 0 for 2 like so many hitters are tonight. Off a catwalk, and we've got some broken glass. That looks like it shattered a light bulb.
This is going to be a delay. I don't think he could go on with that broken glass on the field there. The player goes over and slides
for a foul ball. They should get that up.
The second time that a catwalk has been hit tonight.
Yeah, that's going to be really sharp glass. Just kicking it into foul territory might not be all that it takes.
Fans are picking up some glass. Kevin Youkilis is picking up some glass. Tom Foley, the third base coach, wanted nothing to do with this. And you can see shards of glass coming down. Wow.
And it's hot too.
Yeah. Well, it's a unique place.
I've never seen that before. No. They say come to a ball game. Yeah. You'll always see something you've never seen before.
Foul balls in a 3-2 count. Yep. Balls between people's legs fouled off, and a lamp broke.
This ballpark was built before the Rays got here. Housed some other sports, including the Tampa Bay Lightning playing here in the early 90s. Tampa Bay tried to get an expansion team. The Marlins and the Rockies got him. There were rumors that a couple of other teams, including the Giants, might be moving here at one point. So finally, 1998 was when this ballpark started hosting Major League Baseball with the Rays. The Rays ownership would dearly love to get out of this place, and but they've got a lease, and it doesn't look like there's funding in place to build a retractable roof stadium over in Tampa, Hillsborough County, which is where they say they want it. So it ain't much, but it's home for the Rays.
And remember, Dan, that because this was built, the Chicago White Sox got a new stadium,
right.
The Texas Rangers got a new stadium, and the San Francisco Giants got a new stadium, because in each case, the ownership of those three franchises threatened to move to Tampa if their municipalities would not build them a new stadium. San Francisco wound up doing it privately. Texas and Chicago got some help from their friends.
Well, we get asked all the time, what are the prettiest ballparks in baseball, the ones you enjoy the most? That's really, really hard. And we got to do 3 out of the last 5 weeks in San Francisco. That was absolutely amazing. But there are some pretty ballparks. Pittsburgh, maybe we get a chance to go there because as hot as they've been. Yeah. But as far as the worst ballpark, it's a little easier to pick.
Well, this is the only completely closed dome left in Major League Baseball. There are a number of other retractable roof stadiums. This and Toronto are the only 2 current stadiums in baseball, current ballparks in baseball, that don't have natural grass. So, of course, there was a day, the multi-purpose stadiums, Cincinnati and Pittsburgh and Philadelphia and St. Louis and so forth. But so many teams have open-air natural grass stadiums. This is, of course, a much different environment. That's a foul ball. And you've got that, and then you've got the whole catwalk situation, which is unique here. You know, the Metrodome had its quirks. Yes. Obviously, but not to the extent that this place does.
And they're still playing baseball in Oakland when you're talking about the worst stadium. So, you know, we don't have to get down too much on Tampa.
Oh, I think you do.
Full count.
A little bit of rhythm change for Josh Beckett with the lamp busting, a little 3-4 minute delay watching people pick up shards of glass. But 105 pitches, been on his game right here. We get to test Bobby's theory one more time on the 3-2 foul ball.
No score. 2 down. Nobody on. Bottom of the 8th inning.
By the way, it's only on the first 3-2 count.
Big pump of the fist from an emotional Josh Beckett, just like Jeff Neiman in the top half of the inning. Scoreless at the end of 8. Sox and Rays as we go to the 9th inning. And more baseball coming your way, and it comes your way from here. Monday Night Baseball on ESPN. The Yankees are here to take on the Rays tomorrow night at 7 Eastern Time. Then Wednesday Night Baseball presented by Sears Lawn and Garden, the St. Louis Cardinals, and the New York Mets. Major League Baseball Monday and Wednesday on ESPN. Both games also available online at ESPN3.com. Happy birthday to a young Rays fan, seeing a pitcher's duel between Josh Beckett and Jeff Neiman. And Beckett Oral showing a lot of emotion after the strikeout of Sean Rodriguez.
He had some time to gather his energy, and he's finished. Terry Francona, Clay Buchholz, Reddick, all the guys giving him a high five for a job well done.
At least he's going to have a chance at the middle of his lineup to score him a run to get him a win before he exits.
Kyle Farnsworth comes into the game, and now for Tampa Bay, he's their closer. But when you go to the ninth, tie game at home, no more save situations. So here comes Farnsworth, who has been terrific for the Rays this year. Pedroia hits it into right center field. Trouble. And into second base is Pedroia with a leadoff double. There have been 4 hits in the game, and Pedroia's got 2 of them.
Nope. It was a slider, Earl. That he drove a long way for a little guy. He has this long stride, but he gets firm and stops his weight. He doesn't even get firm, and he's able to drive that ball. MVP caliber player having an MVP night.
So the potential go-ahead run. The leadoff man is at second in the top of the ninth. And here's the league's leading hitter, Adrian Gonzalez. First pitch swinging, fly ball to left field. Fuld will make the catch, and Pedroia has to hold at second.
Wow. We say so many good things about Adrian Gonzalez, but we have to say something really bad about him there. First pitch to hit that ball to left field and not hit into the shift as he did the entire, well, 2 to 3 at bats earlier tonight to get Pedroia over to third base with less than 2 outs. Here's Dave Magadan telling him exactly what I'm saying. You're too good to do that on the first pitch of that at bat.
Bard and Papelbon up in the pen for the Red Sox. Bard if they don't score, Papelbon if they do, you would imagine. Here's Kevin Youkilis 0 for 3, including a couple of strikeouts. Good numbers in his career against Kyle Farnsworth. And with a runner at second base, Farnsworth wants the catcher to come out and maybe go to a different set of signs, worried about something being relayed from second base.
Anytime there's a man on second base, the catchers go into usually a multiple signs. It doesn't always reflect the numbers he's putting down. Sometimes it's the pump action that becomes the sign. Sometimes it's a count from the number you start with. But there's 4, 5, 6. There's an unlimited number of signs you can use. Sometimes the pumping action of the fingers, sometimes the numbers, sometimes the locations and the taps. My favorite was a head behind even, ABE. A head in the count first sign, behind in the count second sign, even in the count third sign. And then you could shake off from there and build something else.
David Ortiz on deck waiting for his opportunity. The Red Sox trying to push across the first run of the night. We're in the top of the ninth. 3-0. This is such a big stretch of the season for the Rays. This is the third and final game of the series with the Red Sox. The Yankees are in for 4 beginning tomorrow. Tampa Bay desperately trying to make up some ground on those two teams. The Rays have won the American League East 2 of the last 3 years. Won it last year, also won it in 2008 when they won the American League pennant before losing in the World Series to the Phillies. Ball 4.
Joe Maddon was having a discussion with Dave Martinez as whether or not to walk David Ortiz if in fact they got Youkilis out. Now that discussion becomes a moot point. We have Ortiz, who's not gotten any hits against Farnsworth in his career, yet he's going to be hitting here with men on first and second and 1 out.
And Farnsworth's development of the cut fastball when he was in Atlanta last year was a real key for the signing here at Tampa Bay. Not a guy that prior to that you would really think could move in and have a great year for them. But the scouts for Tampa Bay, Jim Hickey, Joe Maddon, and their front office saw a different cat on the mound, and they said, you know what? He could be a guy we could end up trusting. Lefties, righties, both hitting around 200 off them. No big difference.
And the shift here cannot be as dramatic because if the third baseman's over, Pedroia would walk into third.
David Ortiz is the batter.
So they're playing more straight up, holding Pedroia on with the shortstop and keeping Longoria over toward third base. So there's a lot of ground ball room out there for David.
Pedroia at second. Youkilis at first, one down. Slashed foul, and quickly an 0-2 count on David Ortiz, who has done a great job the last 6 weeks or so. Hitting in the clutch. He's got 58 RBIs on the season. He has not had any success against Farnsworth in his career. 0 for 9 with 5 strikeouts. Can he catch up to one here? Strike 3 called.
Kyle Farnsworth used to be a guy you couldn't trust in key situations. He'd build his own trouble and not be able to get out of it, or he'd come into somebody else's and wouldn't be able to get out of it. He's always had the potential, but watch these 3 pitches. Dynamite cutter, now it goes down, and now the two-seamer that comes back right on the corner. Not afraid to throw the ball in the strike zone, not afraid to make a pitch.
And a strike of the knees to J.D. Drew. 0 for 3 tonight. Some good numbers, as you can see, against Farnsworth, including 3 career home runs. Jeff Neiman went 8 innings tonight, gave up just 2 hits, 2 walks, struck out a career high 10. Farnsworth on to the 9th. Ortiz sits down. Beckett appears done for Boston as well. Bard and Papelbon both ready for the bottom of the 9th, depending on which way Terry Francona wants to go. '87-mile-an-hour slider, and it's 1-2.
Interesting, Robert. The rhythm that he had and the aggressiveness he had, he walked off the mound for some reason to change that cadence and that rhythm.
It was the thing that Joe Madden told us, that one of the steps of him becoming somebody consistent they could rely on is just a more emotional maturity out there, slowing the game down, and maybe the physical reaction of you watching him walk around the mound is his way of slowing his mind down when the game starts to speed up to him.
Full count, and now the runners will get a head start.
With a slider in the dirt like that, you gotta love the way that ball was just deaded, kept in front of him. No one can advance. Both knees down, glove in the middle.
Pedroia at second. Youkilis at first, 2 down. Three-2 pitch. He has loaded the bases. And the batter will be Josh Reddick, who has been a very dangerous hitter for the Red Sox. Had a home run in yesterday's game. Getting a chance to play a lot with Carl Crawford on the DL. 0 for 2 with a walk tonight. Pedroia now 90 feet away. A .368 average in limited at bats for Reddick.
I really like it when you're in a groove get the ball, throw the ball. Boy, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's 4 pitches later. Hasn't been close.
37 innings, only 5 walks. He has 2 in this inning, so he has 7 now. This is different for Farnsworth.
Fly ball to right center field. Who wants it? Upton takes it, and the Red Sox leave him loaded. A sigh of relief from Farnsworth. To the bottom of the 9th we go. Score going to the bottom of the 9th. Just 4 hits in the game. MLB.TV baseball everywhere. Watch over 100 live out of market games per week online and on your favorite device. Visit MLB.TV for details. Terry Francona goes to his pen after a sensational performance by Josh Beckett. 8 innings, just 1 infield hit. Retired the last 22 batters he faced. He makes way for Daniel Bard, who has been one of the very best relievers, especially setup relievers, since over the last year and a half, basically, and enters this game with 20 2/3 consecutive scoreless innings to face a pinch hitter. Matt Joyce is going to bat for Sam Fuld. Joyce fouled the ball off his right knee yesterday and went down in an extreme amount of pain, curled up in the fetal position in front of home plate, where he lay for about a minute. Got up and hit a home run on the next pitch. But it acted up on him. He was a late scratch from the starting lineup tonight. This is yesterday. He hit it off the front of his left knee and was down for a while. And then the very next pitch, but was limping noticeably later in the game, and it was a late scratch, as we mentioned, from the starting lineup tonight. A first-time All-Star this year. A guy who in May was hitting 370, 380, was as hot as anybody around, but he has struggled. Didn't yesterday, but he has struggled for the most part the last month and a half or so. Fuld gone for the pinch hitter in Joyce. Two and two. What was that?
It was a 91-mile-an-hour changeup or splitter. Bottom dropped out of it.
Disappeared right at the end.
Yeah.
Foul ball.
Okay, another.
He got himself again.
Yep. Oh, no.
That was off his foot, but it kind of keeps the pain away from his knee.
Oh, it does not feel good.
Oh, my.
Oh.
Back in the box with a 2-2 count. Bottom of the ninth, no score. Full count.
This is an interesting move, taking your best defensive player out of the game with a short bench in a tie game, knowing you're going to really, in essence, use 3 people in this one move. That Sam's out of the game. Joyce can't run, and if he gets on base, you'll need a pinch runner and a defensive replacement.
Line to short, 1 down. Right-hander Joel Peralta up in the Tampa pen. No runs, 3 hits for the Red Sox, who had their best chance in the top of the ninth when Dustin Pedroia opened the inning with a double. They wound up leaving the bases loaded. The Rays have had 1 base runner tonight, a 2-out infield single by Evan Longoria in the first inning. That's the only man who has reached base for the home team tonight.
Yeah, using 3 guys in that spot would never be done in the National League world, but here in the American League, where you can just stay with a set lineup once you make the move, it can be done.
Reed Brignac fouls it back. Brignac tonight is 0 for 2, was robbed once by Pedroia. Bard now 21 consecutive scoreless innings. You know, you got to give it to Pedroia. He's got 2 hits tonight, including a double. He's stolen a base and made 2 great defensive plays. He's done more than all the other position players combined have in this game, it seems. But it's still scoreless.
Don't think Joe Madden doesn't have his eye on the lineup card to when he's coming up next.
Outside.
So we go from 99 down to 91, and that's the fastball to the changeup. Just exceptional tools, and he's really starting to locate his pitches better, repeat his delivery. He's on a scoreless streak. This is an asset that Boston wants to have for a long, long time.
Maybe a future closer with Jonathan Papelbon in the last year of his contract.
Well, there would be no trouble trusting this young man in the 9th inning.
On the Rays up on the railing on the first base side of the field in this scoreless tie. Still 2-2 on Brignac. After a 9-6 and a 9-5, those were the scores of the first 2 games in this series. Now scoreless in the bottom of the 9th.
And that's a bigger accomplishment for Tampa Bay to shut down Boston than for the other way around. Boston's offense has been so hot. Jeff Neiman, Carl Farnsworth so far have shut them down.
With the breaking ball there, and he missed inside. The count is full.
Well, the bad news is he missed with that breaking ball. The good news for the hitter is this will definitely be a fastball.
And it is for strike 3 called.
It was of the away version, and a very, very good pitch. few of the pitches he's thrown to lefties right here. This is borderline, just outside the zone. Tried to cut and make its way back to the corner. Just didn't get there, but at 96, it's a blur.
Sounded like a strike.
So 2 down for Johnny Damon. Damon 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. Ball 2. Brignac still steamed.
Don't come back and say you saw it on the replay. That'll give you a quick exit.
Especially after all the moves they're making in left field. You don't need somebody kicked out right now.
Third and final game of this series between the Red Sox and the Rays, each team winning 1 so far, and we are scoreless here in the bottom of the 9th. A total of just 4 hits in the game. Outstanding performances tonight by Jeff Neiman and Josh Beckett, both out of the game. It's in the hands of the bullpens right now. 2-2 on Damon. The Red Sox a game up on the Yankees atop the American League East. Yankees probably already here getting ready for their game tomorrow night against the Rays that you can see on ESPN. Tampa Bay 6-back. 3rd place in the American League East. Damon loops it into center field, a base hit. The first base runner for the Rays since the 1st inning.
Johnny's looking at that ball in center field. He forgets he has to touch the base at first. And so instead of just touching it, he trips over it. Oh, excuse me.
It's been a while since they got down there. They forgot how to do it.
And he shouldn't be at first long.
Well, if they have a kangaroo court, he's actually got a case against him now.
2 down. Man at first, Ben Zobrist.
That was kind of a semi-pitch out. Let's just throw a medium fastball up and away if he's going. It's a great pitch for Veritek to throw him out on.
Zobrist hitless in his career against Bard. Damon 7 for 11 stealing bases this year. He's going. And there will be no throw.
Well, the percentages were in Joe Madden's favor. Johnny Damon with his percentage, and when Jason Veritek is behind the plate, he's given up 76% as far as people stealing off of him. So like Bobby said, he wasn't going to be there at first base long. First move, he is gone. This ball in the dirt. Veritek trying to pick it cleanly and throw the ball, just is able to block it.
So now a base hit could win it. A 2-0 count on Zobrist as Veritek makes his way back behind the plate.
That was a conversation about the outs in lineup. First base is now open. Right-hander on deck. A pretty good right-handed hitter on deck, though.
Evan Longoria. Zobrist lays off for ball 3.
This might be the best pitch he's going to get to hit. And freewheeling Joe Madden might let him swing.
Pulls it foul. You like that, huh?
Yeah, I like that.
Yep.
This is a real tough pitcher to hit. You had him right where you want him. You get a pitch that you could hit, win the game right now.
The only thing he was assured of is Longoria is going to start a count even. He didn't know after that if he's going to be behind or ahead. But here he knew he was in a hitter's count. He's going to let him swing.
Foul ball and a full count. Damon will go back to second. Now this place would explode if Ben Zobrist could find a way to win it here in the bottom of the ninth.
Last night it seemed like there were more Boston fans than Ray fans. It seems like the Rays had them outnumbered tonight.
Boston fans had to go home to work on Monday.
Missed with a curveball for ball 4, and Longoria will get a chance.
A borderline call that was a ball, ended up being a strike. This one's a ball, comes in and catches a strike zone, but I've rarely seen that pitch called at the big league level. Because it looks like a ball from the bench so much, you get yelled at when it's caught like that.
Now Longoria, first and second, 2 down. In there for a strike. Longoria tonight, an infield hit, then a couple of flyouts. No score, bottom of the ninth. There's the winning run, Johnny Damon at second base. Ben Zobrist at first, Evan Longoria the batter. A swing and a fly ball to right field. Drew there. And we're going to extra innings in a scoreless game here at Tropicana Field. Here at Tropicana Field between the Red Sox and Rays, coming up right after our game here on ESPN. Stay tuned for Sports Center. A look back at just a great Sunday in sports. A full day of Major League action. Also the Open Championship, the Women's World Cup Soccer Final. What a day and evening it has been. Joel Peralta is on now for Tampa Bay, the third pitcher of the night for the Rays. Peralta 2-4 with an ERA of 4.10 in 44 appearances on the season. The new left fielder is Justin Ruggiano. After Matt Joyce came on as a pinch hitter for Sam Fuld, but with Joyce having a banged up knee. He doesn't stay in the game defensively, so Ruggiano was in there. And also Kelly Shopik is in now catching for Jose Lobaton.
Only one regular on the bench then for Tampa Bay, Elliott Johnson.
Jason Varitek leads off the 10th inning for Boston. He'll be followed by Marco Scutaro, and then back to the top of the order for Jacoby Ellsbury. Varitek's 0 for 3. Scutaro, the number 9 hitter. Then it'll be Ellsbury, and if anybody reaches, Dustin Pedroia, who continues to be on an absolute tear these days. 2 more hits tonight, a 15-game hitting streak.
And if Varitek gets on, you'll probably see a pinch runner for him. Another 3 for move to see if they can push this run across. Terry Francona, one of the best managers in all of baseball, hasn't gone to his bench yet tonight. That's something for his stomach, I'm sure.
This is the 4th game in the major leagues this year that has gone to extra innings scoreless. Red Sox are going to fly to Baltimore after the game tonight. Start a series with the Orioles. The Rays will stay here and host the Yankees. ESPN game tomorrow night. High in the air down the left field line, and a quick play for Ruggiano. 1 down.
Well, the Red Sox are in extra innings because Gonzalez didn't move the guy over on a first pitch fastball from Farnsworth. And Reddick, when Farnsworth was throwing balls in a 1-0 count and having a tendency to walk people, swings at a ball that's up in the strike zone, lets him off the hook. But he had just walked the bases loaded, 2 walks in that inning. But Adrian's over there pounding cups in the dugout going, we're here because of me, guys. I should have pulled the ball and moved Pedroia over.
Here's Scutaro.
You know, Earl, when we saw that shot of the dugout, it reminded me so much of, people always ask me, well, what's the difference between baseball in Japan and baseball in America? And I would always say, the guys would throw their cups in the garbage can in Japan. Clean dugouts in Japan. Dugouts always look like that here in the States.
In Japan, they're spotless?
Spotless.
Where they spit the sunflower seeds?
They don't have such
no
a
seeds?
thing. No seeds. No spitting. The field and the dugouts are sacred places. So now you know the difference.
Now we know.
Now you know the difference. But it really does baffle me. Why can't we throw those cups in a can? Why do they have to be thrown on the ground? Baffles me. Here's the pitch.
Well, I'm refreshing my memory of what it was like to take a sip of something or drink your water and think about, you want me to stand up as a pitcher? You want me to go 9 innings and walk down and throw the cup away in the trash?
We can
or would
actually
you like
put
me to just
the
kind
trash
of put it
right next to where you get the water.
We just throw the cup under the bench.
I promise.
No, I never got my own water. They brought it to me. They bring it to all the pitchers. You know
I
that.
still do that to you now.
And he still throws it on the floor. Breaking ball high, 3-1 on the number 9 hitter, Marco Scutaro. Walked his last time up, has also struck out and flied out. Ellsbury on deck, 0 for 4. No score in extra innings.
Well, that'll be his last hitter.
J.P. Howell's up again in the pen, the left-hander. Tricky Boston lineup, but left-handed batters hitting first, third, and fifth, and righties hitting second and fourth, but Joe Maddon has made up his mind. He wants the lefty. Peralta out, Howell in, Ellsbury coming up.
Tampa Bay, a guy who's been a very good reliever for the Rays in years past, missed all of last season after shoulder surgery and just working his way back this year. You can see the numbers, especially the ERA, not flattering, but he has done the job against lefties, and that's the job he's going to be asked to do against this first batter that he'll face, Jacoby Ellsbury.
But with one out, it's very unlikely he'll get a double play, and therefore he's going to have to face the hottest hitter and the guy who has a .400 batting average against left-handers in Dustin Pedroia. So this isn't the way Joe Maddon drew this inning up, having the ninth place hitter be on first place with one out because of 4 balls issued to him.
Yeah, Maddon between a rock and a hard place with his decisions. He continues to look at his remaining options. The Red Sox with a runner at first, 1 out, top of the 10th, Ellsbury. 0 for 4. Couple of strikeouts, couple of groundouts for Ellsbury, who came into this game hitting .448 in his last 7 games. And he entered play tonight 5th in the American League in batting. Another throw to first.
The Scooter is not really a base stealing threat. I think those are just a couple throws because he wants to get the butterflies out, Oral, and get ready to pitch to Ellsbury here.
Yep.
And another throw to first.
Yeah, he's doing that on his own. It can't be coming from the dugout because Ellsbury is not a double play candidate. He runs much too well. There's a hole over there with the first baseman holding him on, so that gives a first and third situation. Last thing you want to do is have him thrown out stealing, have Ellsbury make the third out of the inning, and have Pedroia not have a chance to get up in this inning.
Outside, ball 1.
So Howells really has to be concentrating on getting this hitter.
Neiman went 8 shutout innings, just 2 hits allowed, struck out 10. Farnsworth the 9th. Peralta a third of an inning and a walk here in the 10th. Now Howell facing Ellsbury. And he catches the outside corner for a strike.
J.P. Howell's been hot lately, Dan. He's not given up a hit or a run in his last 5 appearances. That's 3 2/3 innings.
Part of a completely rebuilt bullpen. Howell didn't pitch at all last year because of the shoulder surgery, and every other reliever they had is on a different team this year. It's a brand new pen. Farnsworth is the closer. Joel Peralta, Juan Cruz, Jake McGee, a left-hander, has just come back from the minors. Howell's back healthy again. And middle-of-the-road numbers for the bullpen as a group. Not bad considering they really didn't know who would be in their bullpen at the outset of spring training. Had to replace everybody.
Jump.
Did not go. The Red Sox had a great chance in the 9th inning when that man, Dustin Pedroia, led off the inning with a double. Eventually, after Kyle Farnsworth walked a couple, the bases were loaded with 2 outs, but then Josh Reddick hit a fly ball to center field. Now here in the 10th inning, as Adriano Gonzalez hopes for an opportunity here, the batter is Ellsbury, who chops it fair. They get the out at second, but not at first.
Terry Francona is going to come and say that ball was a foul ball, wanting to know who made the call on the ball. It's the home plate umpire's call. It was a heck of a play by Kochman, fielding that ball, throwing a strike to second, getting back to first, and almost turning a double play on the speedy Ellsbury, who wasn't running that hard because he thought it was a foul ball also.
And up until the ball gets to first base, it's the home plate umpire's call.
Wow, fielding that ball with a backhand throw and a strike, getting back to first, picking it in the dirt.
Pretty good, huh?
That's very nice play.
That's world class.
Yep.
It looked like it hit chalk, as you could see, and Kochman got to it so quickly after the bounce. Aggressively went after it, ruled fair, fielder's choice, 2 down. But now the league's leading base stealer is at first with 2 outs for one of the league's hottest hitters.
The laser shows up, and he can hit lefties.
Howell being the exception, of course.
Here's what Pedroia has done against lefties this year. Over 400. Overall, he's in his best groove of the season, a 15-game hitting streak, hitting close to 400 in those 15 games. He's got 2 hits tonight.
This is where you really have decisions to make as a manager. You have your best base stealer on base. You have a pitcher with a very high leg kick. It's about a 1.45, 1.55 to the plate. You have a catcher who's thrown out almost 50% of runners, and you have your hottest hitter on the plate with a left-hander on deck. So do you chance him stealing and having the third out thrown out at second base because he doesn't get a good jump off a left-hander, or you let your big boy run? I say keep him at first.
3-0. And Howell might make the decision easy on Terry Francona.
Well, he's keeping him there because he knows it's a tough read, a good throwing catcher, and a hot hitter at the plate. So he wants to keep him right there and then give both Dustin Pedroia a chance to hit a double and Adrian Gonzalez, who can hit guys if they throw with either hand or both hands at any time. 3-2 might be a little different. You have to know your hitter. If your hitter expands the strike zone a little and will swing at anything that's close, you could send your hitter here. It becomes a run and hit, knowing he's going to be protected with the bat.
Missed high for ball 4. Where the Rays relievers are playing with fire here. They have walked 4 in the last 2 innings. First and second, 2 down, and Adrian Gonzalez is going to get another opportunity.
This is harder for Adrian Gonzalez than his last at bat. His last at bat, all he had to do was make an out to the right side, move Dustin Pedroia to third base with less than 2 outs to give the Red Sox a chance to win. He swung at a first pitch high and away, did not do it, flew out to left. Here, though, he's motivated because he's got revenge on his mind, and it's revenge against his lack of execution.
And we saw earlier how the shift was on with the shortstop on the first base side of second base with the left-handed pitcher. Shortstop stays on the third base side.
Ball 1.
So the charts will show that Adrian Gonzalez against left-handers will not hit as many ground balls to the right side of the infield. They give him that hole up the middle where it was covered against right-handed pitching.
Outfielders are straight away. Great speed at second in Ellsbury. Potential go-ahead run here in the top of the 10th inning. Ball 2. Looks like it might have actually been a strike, but he missed his spot so badly because the catcher Shopik was set up on the opposite side of the plate. That might have cost him the call.
Really strange that there's not a right-hander up for Youkilis in this situation. Joe has confidence in his left-hander.
Slice down the left field line. Foul ball.
By inches.
Jim Reynolds, the third base umpire, with the call.
really looked like it hit high on that higher wall, and from our angle, it doesn't look like there's much foul territory on the high part of that wall. But there was just enough for a ball to go in. No, wow. It was the lower wall.
Wow. 6 inches away. They're on pins and needles here in this ballpark right now, Rays fans. Just 5 hits in the game. 3 by Boston, 2 by Tampa Bay. And the 2-1. Swing and a miss. Good sharp breaking ball. If you're pitching a guy as dangerous as Adrian Gonzalez, who can use the whole field, down and away with the slow stuff, up and in with the hard stuff, what are you thinking?
That's what he just did. He went away twice. Once almost got burned by the long fly ball for a foul ball, then a breaking ball that he executed perfectly. Then he just came fastball up and in. I think he's going to go breaking ball low and away. But Adrian is so good. He's thinking along with him. You have to make it a ball. Look like a strike, make it a ball. If you leave him for a strike, I think he gets a hit.
Bouncer to the second baseman, and the inning is over. The Red Sox will leave 2 more men on. To the bottom of the 10th. No score. Rays clubhouse, all kinds of inspirational sayings, words to live by, mottos, slogans. They're doing it the Ray way down here in Florida, and they're doing it well in a shoestring budget. They're just trying to find a way to score a run here tonight. Scoreless going to the bottom of the 10th between the Red Sox and the Rays. And the new pitcher for Boston is right-hander Matt Albers. He becomes the 3rd Red Sox pitcher of the night. And Albers has kind of filled the role the Red Sox had hoped would be filled by Bobby Jenks, who is back on the DL again with the back trouble. But look at the numbers that Albers has put up this year. He will face Casey Kochman to begin the bottom of the 10th inning. The cleanup hitter for the Rays tonight is 0 for 3.
And a strike. After Kochman scheduled are B.J. Upton and then Kelly Shopik, middle part of the Rays lineup.
Yankees are home tucked into their beds in hotel.
Oh, yeah. They got here hours ago.
They hope this goes about 17 innings.
Monday Night Baseball tomorrow, 7 Eastern. Yankees and Rays. Red Sox on their way to Baltimore after the game tonight to begin a series against the Orioles tomorrow. By the way, Texas won again today. Beat Seattle 3-1. That's 11 in a row for the Rangers.
That race could be over soon.
4 up on the Angels. Oh, 2. Excuse me, that was a 1-1 pitch. And now a ball and 2 strikes is the count on Kochman.
Yeah, the upset over in Seattle, though, is Seattle scored a run against Texas. They had that shutout streak going. They're pitching great, hitting great. They are the team to beat over there without a doubt.
Wow, great movement. Strike 3 called. It's a clinic tonight, Earl.
Had guys on the Boston side and the Tampa Bay side that have pitched very, very well. We've seen this 2-seam fastball from Josh Beckett. Saw Josh Bard try to do it. Now Albers throws one in there. And I'll tell you what, I think a left-handed hitter, it's almost impossible to swing at that pitch.
I've never seen it swung at. Absolutely.
It's either taken for a ball or taken for a strike, but very rarely do you see him swing at it.
I remember trying to convince Rick Reed to throw that 2-seamer at the left-hander's hip and make it come back, but they'll never swing at it. They'll never swing it. I never saw him swing at it to this day, and I can't figure out, Earl, why so many right-handers throw it to left-handed hitters and left-handed pitchers don't throw it to right-handed hitters.
They need to do it more.
I've never seen it done.
There's David Price maybe working on it right there.
That's what he's thinking about right there. See, you hold it right like that, right? You either cut it or bring it back.
Upton with a ground ball to second. 2 down. Busy night for Pedroia continues. Now here's Ruggiano. So forgive me, Ruggiano went in the 6th spot, and the catcher Shopik went down in the 8th spot in the lineup. Ruggiano's first at bat of the night. No score, bottom of the 10th in front of a crowd of better than 21,000 here tonight. Rubber match of this 3-game series.
Well, Dan, because I made a half criticism of this move and using 3 men and taking Sam Fold out of the game, I think it's only proper for him to hit a home run and let us send us all home and
just to show you
why Joe Madden made that move. Exactly.
Sam Fold left with the pinch hitter Matt Joyce a couple of innings ago. Ruggiano came on defensively after that. No runs, 3 hits for the Red Sox. No runs, 2 hits for the Rays. Sports Center was on the way at the conclusion of this game. The 1-1 from Albers. And a swing and a high fly ball. Left center field. Did he get enough? Where is it? It's caught. Oh! It's caught. Reddick, the left fielder, caught it. To the 11th we go. One more look going to break. Josh Reddick skying for the out in deep left center field. leaping catch in deep left center field, robbing Justin Ruggiano of an extra base hit. Look at the elevation and the extension. Incredible catch. And the Rays thought for a moment this could be it. This game could be over. Oh. Matt Albers wasn't sure right away did he catch it or not, but he did. To the 11th we go. No score. Reddick due up fourth this inning. Kevin Youkilis will lead it off. J.P. Howell still in the game for Tampa Bay. Youkilis tonight 0 for 3 with a walk. David Ortiz and J.D. Drew to follow. Activity now beginning in the Tampa Bay pen. Right-hander Juan Cruz begins to throw. This is just the second game in the major leagues this year that has gone scoreless into the 11th.
And Howell will be in there through Ortiz until he runs J.D. Drew out of the game.
The other game that was scoreless into the 11th was between Baltimore and Seattle in a game that the Orioles eventually won over the Mariners 2-1 in 12 innings. And a leadoff walk. So Ruggiano hits the ball a long way, is robbed by Reddick, and then goes out to the very same spot to take his defensive position as the left fielder. Another look at a pretty remarkable catch. Between innings, Ruggiano heading out to left field as if saying to the fans, come on, reach over, help me out. But it was not to be. Youkilis draws the leadoff walk. Here's David Ortiz 0 for 4. Well, for a game where nobody has scored a run, we've had all kinds of interesting plays. Two great defensive plays by Dustin Pedroia. That terrific catch by Reddick. Reed Brignac made a great play at short as the Rays now go into shift mode against Ortiz.
Kochman made a really good play too, getting the force out on a very difficult play. Strike zone's a little elusive tonight for Howell. Really think this is going to be his last hitter.
He's faced 6 batters. He's walked 3 of them.
His longest outing of the year is an inning and a third, so he's not a long man at all. He's the left-handed setup guy, maybe an inning. You shut the Red Sox offense down. This bullpen, the whole pitching staff has done an outstanding job tonight. These guys will be passed the baton to continue. Cruz and McGee. You're shutting down a team who scored 47 runs and 18 home runs over the last 6 games. You're doing something.
But if you walk him here, he might give J.D. Drew a chance to hit, so he bunts in the first and second no-out situation. You're not even going to run the left-hander out of the game as was planned by Joe Madden.
These walks are really complicating things. In the 9th inning, Farnsworth walked 2 but got out of it. Howell walked 2 in the 10th but got out of it. Now he's walked the leadoff batter in the 11th, and he's 3-1 on Ortiz.
If the Red Sox just don't swing the bat, just pass the baton, be patient, the Rays pitchers will build them an inning.
Brain trust of the Rays looking down to the bullpen to check on the progress of Cruz and McGee.
it'll be Cruz if they pinch hit for J.D. Drew, obviously.
Breaking ball missed outside. Back-to-back walks. Now what do you do if you're Joe Madden? Drew comes to the plate.
Going to go and talk to him. Give a little more time for his left-hander to get ready, because now he's going to be forced to bring in a left-hander in a bunting situation. It's first and second. It's almost assured that there'll be a bunt. On the defensive side, there'll be many things you could do. You charge your infield, third and first, have your shortstop cover third and try to get the lead out at third. You could charge your third baseman and keep your shortstop at home and try to get a double play. Going 5 to 6 to 3. Here comes Joe, and he's going to, I think, bring in a left-hander to replace a left-hander and maybe even force a move.
Yep.
On the pinch hit side. So if he doesn't walk him, they definitely pinch hit for J.D. Drew. Then his bullpen set up to bring in the right-hander. That did not happen. So I think Drew will still hit and be the bunter in this situation. Much easier for a left-hander to bunt it to third base. And that's the play that's in order here. So now Joe's talking to his infielders about the defense that they're going to play. Wow.
Now, after the pitching change, it looks like Darnell McDonald will take the place of J.D. Drew, who does not have a sacrifice this year, has not had one since 2009. And so it looks a little, a pretty good game of chess there between the two managers
that was
at that
nice,
moment, huh?
Nice patience by Terry Francona to at least get an arm eliminated.
And now the bunt's off. They haven't been a bunting team. They have 9 bunts and sacrifice bunts the entire season. So with Drew up there, it would have been in order. Now with the pinch hitter, he's going to try to get a slice of cheese and hit it in the gap.
Left-hander Jake McGee comes into the game. McGee was just called up from AAA. Began the year with Tampa Bay, sent down May 1st, just back a few days ago. Throwing harder, sharper breaking stuff, the Rays say. And here it's a pretty difficult situation here. First and second, nobody out. Top of the 11th, no score. McDonald will pinch hit. Howell walked 4 of the 7 batters he faced. Facing in the American League East, they've got a ton of games remaining against the Yankees and Red Sox, including 13 of their last 19 games of the season. So the bad news is they're playing good teams a lot. The good news is they're playing teams they're chasing. So if they can win tomorrow, they're going to pick up some serious ground.
And Joe Madden loves the challenge. There is no whining in that clubhouse about the budget, about the players that he has. The only thing they do is they concentrate on their attitude and the details of the game, and a little bit of irreverency for the game as far as they know they don't have all the tools all the time, so he plays things a little bit unorthodox. I think you'll see a very aggressive defense, though, still, Bobby, with a possible bunt.
Well, he hasn't had any bunts, so they know that McDonald's not a bunter. They know that Terry Francona loves to hit. If he bunts, he'll probably be after a strike, I guess, thinking the way Francona plays the game. Yet the third baseman's going to be in, the first baseman's going to be in, the second baseman's holding the runner close to second. So Joe Madden thinks a bunt's in order here.
McDonald had a dozen. He had 12 sacrifices last year for the Red Sox. He does not square, and he takes ball 1.
I think give him a shot with 1 strike to try to hit a gap, and
If it looks like the timing's off, then maybe put the sacrifice on to move the runners along.
Josh Reddick is the on-deck hitter. Sorry, Bobby.
Yeah, and Reddick hasn't hit against left-handers this year.
1-1. Another opportunity for the Red Sox. Had a great chance in the 9th, a pretty good chance in the 10th. Now a golden opportunity in the 11th. The first 2 men on.
And since he never looked for a sign, Earl, I guess the bunt's not on. I'd move back if I was you.
Yep.
At third base, Evan. You have to get a sign, unless it was from the bench.
Longoria creeps in another step.
There are no signs being given.
Yeah.
Not even stepping out of the box. Oh, he's looking there, but nothing.
Nothing.
You would think maybe a deke would be in order.
You might get a fastball then.
Don't even flash the sign, Timmy Bogart. That'll boy. Play that hand. It's worked this many years. Might as well not change it now.
Lays off high, ball 3. Youkilis, the runner at second base, Ortiz at first. Nobody out. And the count squarely in McDonald's favor with one of the defensive stars of the night, Josh Reddick, in the on-deck circle. Three consecutive walks to load the bases. Sometimes you can push all the right buttons, Bobby, and it just doesn't work out as planned, huh?
Yeah, but if you left Howell on the game, J.D. Drew is at the plate. He could have forced Terry Francona to make the move with the right-hander. And he didn't. Once he brought the left-hander in, it was set up for a pinch hit that couldn't be changed. J.D. Drew walked to the plate with Howell on the mound in a bunting situation. I don't think he'd be hitting, even though he's only bunted once in the last year, J.D.
David Ortiz will leave. Drew Sutton is going to run for him at second base.
So Terry really forced the hand there, and Joe took the bait.
So here's Reddick now, lefty against lefty. Infield is in for the Rays. Reddick has only had 13 at-bats against left-handed pitching this year for the Red Sox. Meeting on the mound, Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, goes out. But in those 13 at-bats against lefties this year, Reddick's got 8 hits. This guy's making a pretty good case, Bobby, to be a big part of the Red Sox future.
Terry Francona said he wasn't sure about his swings against left-handed pitching yet. Yet this will be a nice test.
There are moments in your career that you make a statement that changes people's attitude for a long, long time, and this could be a moment for Reddick.
Youkilis at third. The pinch runner Sutton is at second. McDonald at first. Nobody out in this scoreless game. And the Rays bullpen just cannot throw strikes. 7 walks given up by the pen after a phenomenal performance tonight by the starter Jeff Neiman. Two and 1. On deck, Jason Varitek.
You've got to anticipate a strike if you're the Rays. You can be back on your heels watching the whole bullpen walk, but a key defensive play, which they are very good at, can get him out of the hole.
Took a strike, 2-2. Bobby, how do you like his swings against a lefty?
I think his swing is good in batting practice. It's good against right-handers, and it's good against left-handers. And he's going to get a lot of playing time before this year is over.
Maybe at the expense of J.D. Drew. With Carl Crawford due back tomorrow night, already up in Baltimore waiting for the team. The Red Sox opening a series with the Orioles tomorrow. Drew being pinch hit for tonight. Darnell McDonald batting for him. Two again. Fouled back again. A lot of guys in the minors, left-handed batters, they're everyday players. But then they get called up to the majors in a part-time role, and sometimes for the first half year and a half, maybe they don't get a chance to face left-handed pitching very much. But 8 for 13, he seems pretty comfortable in limited at-bats against lefties this year.
Well, this at bat, we've seen him only face fastballs, and the next step is, the guy, that left-handed, left-on-left specialist has got a good breaking ball. If he hits a breaking ball right here, if he happens to get one, boy, that'd be some kind of at bat.
3 walks to load the bases. Nobody out. Scoreless game in the top of the 11th.
Listen, he just made the defensive play to save the game. He has to make the offensive play to win the game.
No swing.
It's a great take. All the fastballs, and you get a borderline take, and it goes your way. And you're right, Bobby. He makes the defensive play. I don't know. I think he caught a break there.
Ninth pitch of the at-bat upcoming. McGee strikes him out for out number 1. And Joe Madden is on his way back to the mound. Yelling bad call about the check swing at third base. But they got the out a pitch later as Madden goes to his bullpen again for right-hander Juan Cruz. So McGee gets Reddick for the first out of the inning. But the Rays aren't out of trouble yet. Bases loaded, 1 out. Pitching change here at the Trop. Rays, the 6th pitcher of the evening for the Rays in a scoreless game here in the top of the 11th. 38th appearance of the season. He has had some control trouble, as you can see. 21 walks and 33 1/3. And walks have been the big problem for the Rays bullpen tonight. 3 walks this inning. The bases are loaded with 1 out. Cruz is on, so Varitek will bat from the left side.
And the infield was in with no outs, getting the bases loaded situation to go home. And here they're back to get 2.
Meanwhile, during the pitching change, Joe Maddon still upset about the check swing call that didn't go Tampa Bay's way, that Reddick did not go around, that he got tossed.
It's a little frustration plus a little inspiration.
He had a dugout full of guys complaining not only about the check swing, but some of the balls that were called to walk these guys the last few innings. So he was being the one voice saying what everyone was thinking in their dugout.
Kevin Youkilis is the runner at third. He walked to begin the inning. David Ortiz walked and was eventually replaced by the pinch runner Drew Sutton. He's at second. Darnell McDonald walked. He's at first. Jason Varitek, the batter. 0-2. There is more activity in the Tampa Bay pen. Left-hander Cesar Ramos is up. The Rays carry 8 relievers on their roster right now. We have seen 5 of them. Ramos is up. 2 more still out there in Adam Russell and Brandon Gomes, both right-handers. Down and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes, the count on Jason Varitek, and J.P. Howell still pacing and upset with himself after the 2 batters he walked to begin this inning.
You can get 2 for 1 here pretty easy with Varitek's wheels at the plate. You're ahead in the count, not necessarily looking for a strikeout. A low pitch, get yourself a ground ball.
Crowd didn't like it.
I wonder if you can hear Joe from the clubhouse yelling.
And now the yelling here in the ballpark as we've got a fan on the field. Ooh. He just got a serious takedown in center field. Running out of arms if this one goes much further. Still available, as mentioned, 2 right-handers in Gomes and Russell. And Ramos as well, warming in the pen right now.
And Cruz, who has trouble with his control, absolutely did not need this delay.
No.
Now he has to stand out there, think about the next pitch, get a little stiff, remember that the bases are loaded.
We have reached midnight here in the East in a scoreless game in the 11th inning between the Red Sox and Rays. Just the 2nd game all season to reach the 11th without a run having been scored. The Red Sox have certainly had their chances. The Rays bullpen has been walking batter after batter, but so far Boston's been unable to come up with that one big hit. Howell continues to pace. Joe Maddon's been tossed out.
I would have thrown a few pitches there. I always remember the Bucky Dent home run where Mike Torrey stood on the mound and waited and waited and waited while Bucky walked off the foul ball.
2-2 to Varitek. Swing and a miss. He got him. 2 down. Varitek evidently got a piece of it and argued that maybe the ball hit the dirt, but no, says Chad Fairchild, and that's out number 2.
That's a great pitch by Cruz after the delay. 2-2, bases loaded, and he comes with a breaking ball that looks like it's down on the heart of the plate. It breaks down and in under Varitek's swing. A little foul tip. You just see there, Nick. Very well caught.
So it'll be up to Marco Scutaro. Bases loaded, now 2 outs. This inning has gone walk, 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 strikeout, strikeout. 3 different pitchers.
You're not in the dugout yet. Don't lose your concentration if you're on the mound.
And a strike.
This is a Boston Red Sox team that has scored 488 runs coming into this game. And it looks like they haven't scored a run in a month. I wonder how this offense could score. Get guys on base and no one could hit.
They've hit 7 home runs in the first 2 games of this series. They're 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position tonight. They've left 6 men on in the last 3 innings, 9 men on in the game. And they had the bases loaded with nobody out this inning. Back-to-back strikeouts, though, by Reddick and Veritek. Just outside.
You got back in the count with a ball on the outside corner for a strike. That one just off the edge.
Pops him up back of the plate. Shopik with room. Scutaro threw his bat down and it almost hit Shopik as he was making the catch. And the inning is over. Sox leave the bases loaded, but more fireworks between innings. The Rays are upset after Marco Scutaro popped up. Watch him throw the bat. Right there. And the Rays were upset that nobody noticed or ejected Marco Scutaro. Dave Martinez, the acting manager, because Joe Maddon's already been ejected, came out and argued, and he got tossed.
So I guess we're down to Tom Foley managing this game.
Where's Zim?
He's calling it in.
Darnell McDonald is in the game in right field now for the Red Sox. Matt Albers is still on the mound. Sean Rodriguez leads it off. No score, bottom of the 11th.
So it's just like in the minor leagues, third base coach managing. Tom Foley's out there going to do both things. Give the signs. Make the calls.
Let's go down to the field. I think Tim Kirchin is with us. Tim, do you know who's in charge down there?
Well, it's a little bit unclear. I think Tom Foley is, but Derek Shelton is over here as the hitting coach, and he's got Joe Madden's lineup card in his hand, and he's talking to Jim Hickey every other second. So it looks like they're running it for the dugout here because Tom Foley is at third base.
And maybe a little action here for Tom Foley after a leadoff single by Sean Rodriguez.
Yeah, Foley's got it. Since nobody's signaling any signs to him, he's giving the signs on his own. He knows what Joe would do in this situation, and that's more than likely sacrifice. Tom Foley has it.
The batter is Kelly Shopping. Does not have a sacrifice this year. He flinched there.
He's sacrificing.
Yeah.
And maybe getting tricky with a hit and run, but he's sacrificing.
They'll start with a sacrifice, but if they get ahead in the count, they might switch it to hit and run.
What a situation for Tom Foley.
Youkilis way in at third. Albers will step off.
He had no flinch there.
Yeah.
Very often the step off in this situation is to read the hitter so the bench could call a pitch out if they think he's either the runner's flinching or the hitter's not showing bunt. Veritek looking in for the sign. I still think he's bunting.
Left-hander Franklin Morales, right-hander Alfredo Aceves up in the Boston pen.
No signs given after the pickoff. Just an assurance sign, clap of the hands.
He gets it down. Gonzalez thought about it for a moment, but will take the sure out at first. 3-4 on the sacrifice.
Gonzalez, one of the better throwers of first baseman in all of baseball. If he had a shot, he would have taken it, but the runner was too close to the bag. He made the wise decision and got the play at first.
Compared to the Red Sox, the Rays have hardly had any chances in this game. They've left only 3 men on. They didn't get anybody on from 2 outs in the first until the 9th inning. They got the leadoff man on this inning, and Rodriguez sacrificed up to second by Shopping. Now Reed Brignac. It's just the second time all night they've had a runner in scoring position. And a strike to Brignac. The Red Sox have left 12 men on tonight, 8 of them in the last 3 innings. You saw J.P. Howell. He's got a new lease on life right now.
You saved my Ernie's, buddy. You saved my L that it could have hung on me. I'm over here, boy. I'm sorry we're still playing, guys. But
you turned that frown upside down.
The world off my shoulders. You know, down here we talk about fishing. He was gaffed in the boat, in the ice, and he found a way to flip out of that. He was a fish that was caught. And he got out of it.
1-1 strike is the count. Stadium scoreboard shows 1-2, but we've got it at 1-1 on Brignac.
Well, when he does that inside move, he has to clear the rubber with that left foot. He has to step towards second base on the other side of the mound. He just about came down on the top of the rubber on that move, which could have easily been called a balk.
Now the count is 1-2. Brignac is the number 9 hitter in the Rays lineup. Johnny Damon is on deck. No score, bottom of the 11th inning, better than 4 hours in here in St. Petersburg. Missed inside.
Well, they've proven they want to go in. They've been in this whole at bat. Brignac look for it in there. Veritek goes somewhere else. Right back in there.
Cesar Ramos up in the Tampa Bay pen in case this game gets to the 12th inning. And Aceves and Morales continue to warm in the Boston pen. Reed Brignac's had 191 at bats this year. He's got 9 RBIs, and he hasn't had one in a month. And he won't get one here. Just 6 hits in the scoreless game in the bottom of the 11th. The Red Sox leaving runners on left and right. The Rays bullpen tried to give it to him with all the walks tonight, but Boston has been unable to take advantage. Joe Maddon and Dave Martinez both ejected for Tampa Bay. Albers out. Morales in. Damon coming up.
Three years ago, the Rays made it a crowd. 3 years later, they haven't left yet. With a payroll that wouldn't cover their starting rotations and stars too young and too good to care, they have no intention of leaving this party anytime soon.
They've won 2 of the last 3 American League East Division championships, the 2008 American League pennant winners as well. They're 6 back of the Red Sox, 5 back of the Yankees, who won today in Toronto. yesterday, I guess I should say, for those of you in the East. And the Rays now trying to win it in the bottom of the 11th. Johnny Damon, the batter. The left-hander Franklin Morales comes into the game for Boston, the former Colorado Rocky, making his 9th appearance since joining the Red Sox. And a good live arm, Orel, a guy who can be very tough on left-handed batters.
A little herky-jerky motion, kind of comes at you very deceptively. And he does have a pretty decent breaking ball against left-handers.
Sean Rodriguez is at second. There are 2 down here in the bottom of the 11th. 0-1 the count on Damon. Jumps out of the way. The inside fastball, 1-1.
93 to 95 with a hard breaking ball, and he was let go.
It's a lot different than the rule of left-hander with a heartbeat than pitching the big leagues.
On the appeal, didn't go. 2-1. Good thing the call went the Rays' way. They're running out of coaches. They need Tom Foley down there. It's Johnny Damon bobblehead night here tonight. Can he win it with a base hit? Breaking ball for a strike, 2-2.
Well, the way they celebrate nowadays with all the pounding on the helmet after you get the key hit or score the key run, his head will be bobbing if he gets to it.
Had a great wine tasting charity event last night to raise money for a couple police officers who were shot in action down here. Raise money for their families. Hopefully they didn't drink much of that wine last night. Johnny got right into the community, tried to make a difference. Had some of his teammates and friends over, raised a lot of money for a very good cause.
The Rays are his 6th team. Began with Kansas City way back when in the mid-90s. Oakland, Boston, the Yankees, the Tigers, and now the Rays. Foul ball up the third baseline. Boy, these guys, those are mostly pitchers there. I mean, they have been up on that railing for hours.
These are relief pitchers, already pitched in the game. They're still out with their team. I like that. Their work's done, but the game's not over.
Again, the 2-2. And a chopper hit toward Pedroia. And we will go to the 12th. Damon retired. No score at the end of 11 here at the Trop. Kirkchin and Buster Olney with you. Sunday Night Baseball, Monday morning here in the East. We go to the 12th inning. No score in this game. Each team with just 3 hits. Cesar Ramos is the 7th pitcher of the night for the Tampa Bay Rays.
Well, they rebuilt the bullpen, and it's been the strength of this team. The starting pitching and the bullpen have been outstanding. The offense has been weak, and that's why we are still here in a 0-0 game.
Somehow, in spite of all the walks allowed by the Tampa Bay pen tonight, they have managed to wriggle off the hook a number of times. 12th inning, top of the order for the Red Sox. Ellsbury, Pedroia, and Gonzalez. High strike to Ellsbury, who's 0 for 5 tonight. You can hear the chant of "Let's go Red Sox" here at Tropicana Field. The Red Sox fans are a minority, but right now they're a vocal minority in this ballpark. The Boston players are going to have to sleep fast in Baltimore. They got a game tomorrow night against the Orioles. As you mentioned before, Oral, I think it was, the Yankees are loving this right now. They're at their hotel a few blocks away, watching the Rays play deep into the night.
We're at the same hotel, and we were afraid there was going to be a lot of chaos when we got back there with the Yankees staying at the same place, but I think everybody will be asleep by the time we get back there.
Line to short for out number 1.
The interesting thing there, guys, is that the Red Sox will change, get on a bus, go to the airport, get on a charter, and fly to Baltimore. This umpiring crew is going somewhere else tomorrow. They checked out of their hotel.
Yep.
They don't have a charter. So they're either going to go and sleep at the airport until 6 o'clock when they can make a connection, or go beg somewhere to get checked back into a hotel to make a connection tomorrow. It's a tough life these guys have. Yeah. And probably not an off day for them either.
Probably a game tomorrow somewhere. Here's Dustin Pedroia. Ground ball to second. Quickly 2 down. Right-hander Brandon Gomes up now in the Tampa Bay pen. After Gomes, there's Adam Russell. That's it. The Rays have gone through their relievers much more quickly than the Red Sox have gone through theirs.
Well, there'll be a starter that had a side work that could come out.
Yeah. Look at Adam Russell sitting all by himself on the bench.
He's ready. Support.
We might get a few people from over the bench there. Stands in that front row.
Getting a little drilling going. He's probably the long man. He has some innings in him.
Like, oh man, this goes 20. I'm going 7 of them.
A strike to Adrian Gonzalez.
In spring training, I've seen minor leaguers pulled out of the stands when the games go extra innings before they would come to a conclusion to say, you know what, we need another pitcher down here. Come on.
Ground ball to first, and the inning is over. A quick 3 up, 3 down inning. Bottom 12 on the way. Field. No score between the Red Sox and the Rays on Sunday Night Baseball. Each team with just 3 hits. Maybe Ben Zobrist will be the hero. Franklin Morales is back on the mound for the Red Sox. Zobrist, Evan Longoria, Casey Kochman scheduled for Tampa Bay. After Cesar Ramos just made extremely quick work of 3 very dangerous hitters in Ellsbury, Pedroia, and Gonzalez.
And because it was so quick and their bullpen is so short, they'll probably go out and pitch another inning.
Each team with just 3 hits. The Red Sox have left 12 men on. The Rays have left just 4 men on. The song they're playing right now with the Trop on the sound system is After Midnight. They got that right.
Got that right.
I hope they get the part about let's let it all hang out. Maybe get a run.
Well, Zobrist was one of the heroes on Friday. Had a grand slam. He's 0 for 3 with a walk tonight.
In the dugout, they're saying, let's get this over with. We don't get paid for overtime.
Rays manager Joe Madden, bench coach Dave Martinez, both have been ejected from the game in separate incidents. Wait a minute, there he is. Oh, no.
Oh.
It's pretty close, though. Now that's tricky. You send out a stunt double.
I can't imagine doing anything like that.
Don't bait us.
Oh.
All right, don't bait us. That's a pretty good resemblance.
That's
right
a full disguise. Bobby just used a partial.
2-1 on Zobrist. So right now, what's Joe doing? He's kicked off the socks and shoes, watching in the office with his feet on the desk?
Well, Dave's in there with them, and they probably have a little more low, I would think. Something to calm them down, something from the wine country, very possibly.
3-1.
They're not in his office. There's no TV.
There's no TV.
You're right.
Exactly right.
You're right.
Unless he's watching it on the computer.
Yep.
No, that's a good call. Yeah, we were there trying to watch a soccer game today, and Joe said, no, we only listen to music in this office.
Maybe that's him.
So he's watching the game on radio.
Full count. As Sevis continues to stay loose in the Boston pen, just in case. Swing and a miss, and Zobrist is gone.
When Boston doesn't score, the game feels like it's going to continue because there's not a whole lot of confidence with the Rays offense.
No.
They're not the team that's known for offense.
They've got 3 singles and 1 walk tonight. Just 4 men have reached base.
They've left 4 on base. Boston's left 12. This is almost like the Women's World Cup when the U.S. lost. They outplayed Japan, I thought, the whole game and lose on penalty kicks. And Boston pretty much has probably outplayed Tampa here and might lose on a penalty kick.
Well, there have been a couple kicks on the penalty side, too. And
well, with the walks that the pitcher started throwing for the Rays. And
Longoria with a high fly ball left center. And just not deep enough.
Dan, he just doesn't have it from the injuries. He's making the same swings and the balls aren't going as far. He's worn out. Flew out to the warning track last night on a great swing and great contact. Flew out to the warning track twice tonight with great swings, and he's going back frustrated. I'm not sure he's torquing everything. The shoulders and the hips are coming together, and that's not a lot of leverage. They need to separate to create that torque and that power, and I just don't think he has the same bat speed since he's come back from the rib injury, the oblique, and now the little bit of foot. The deep part of the ballpark, but no ballpark was too big for him.
Now Casey Kochman takes down and away ball 1. There has not been a game in the major leagues this year that has been scoreless this deep into it. There was one other game that was scoreless into the 12th, but then Baltimore defeated Seattle 2-1. This is the first game that has been scoreless this long this year. Yes, he did.
Evan Longoria wondering what it's going to take. I thought you got it too, Evan.
I think you did get it. I just maybe not swinging quite as hard as he used to, but it'll come back.
He's centering it. He's putting the bat on the ball exactly the way he wants to. Timing is there.
Yep.
Might be just a little click missing. I wouldn't change a thing though.
No, just let it come.
Mm-hmm.
The 2-1 to Kochman. And he drives the ball to left center field. This one is pretty well hit and caught.
I think the wind's blowing in here, Dan.
A lot of warning track power for the Rays tonight. Frustration. On to the 13th. No score at Tropicana Field as the Red Sox and Rays play deep into the night. Now, there have been some opportunities. Justin Ruggiano hit the ball a ton, it looked like. This is in the 10th inning, and Josh Reddick making a leaping catch at the wall. One of a number of fly balls that the Rays have hit to the warning track or maybe right up against the fence, but had nothing to show for it. Meanwhile, in the top of the 11th inning, the Red Sox had the bases loaded with nobody out. Reddick struck out, Varitek struck out, and Scutaro popped up in foul territory as they left him loaded. So there's no score. And we go to the 13th. Right-hander Brandon Gomes is the new pitcher, the 8th pitcher for the Rays, facing Kevin Youkilis. Youkilis tonight 0 for 3, and he's walked a couple of times. 13th appearance of the season for Gomes. The 7th reliever used by Tampa Bay. They've got one more arm down there, Adam Russell. And a check swing foul off 0-2. Now, things I didn't know, and there are many. Tell me, if this game were in Japan, what would be going on right now?
They'd be picking up the cups off the dugout floor because the game would be called a tie. After 12 innings, the folks who have to work the next day get to go home, and the game's considered a tie.
respectful to the crowd, the umpires, the workers that are going to clean the stadium?
Pretty much that. Yeah. It's an easier way to figure your bullpen, that's for sure.
That's true.
Playoffs, do they stop and pick it up the next day?
No,
or do
playoffs
they'll keep going?
Playoffs in Japan series, they continue playing.
Did you play any extra inning games when you were in the playoffs over there?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, played an 11-inning game, never 12.
We're into the 13th here. Good number of fans still here. And Youkilis fouls one off his leg.
My favorite extra inning game was in the bottom of the 12th. We were hitting. The score was tied. We had the bases loaded, 1 out. Had a little center fielder at the plate. The count went to 3-2, and I called timeout. And went out and talked to the coach, went out and talked to the hitter, and I said, listen, we're putting the squeeze on. If it's a ball, take it. If it's a strike, bunt it. Had the guy leave early at third base, had the guy at the home plate square around early because the pitcher had to throw a strike. He threw a strike, he bunted it, we won the game.
I like that a lot.
No defense against them.
Nope.
Down low, a ball and 2 strikes. Youkilis is still in some pain. And with good reason.
That's really bad and quick shin splints.
2-2. Drew Sutton is on deck. He came on as a pinch runner a couple of innings ago for David Ortiz. Darnell McDonald would be behind him. He came on as a pinch hitter a couple of innings ago for J.D. Drew. Youkilis is gone. Let's go down to Tim Kirkchin.
Dan, you know, the Rays didn't just lose their closer and their setup guy in the offseason. They lost their entire bullpen, and Joe Maddon had to rebuild the entire thing this spring. So when we see this many relievers pitching this well, keep in mind they had no idea who was going to be in this bullpen when spring training began. I asked Joe Maddon about it in spring training. He said, that's all I think about when I drive my bike every morning.
They were worried they might have a terrible bullpen. But they have done well. They lost their closer to Rafael Soriano. Joaquin Benoit had an outstanding year last year as a setup guy, and guys who had been around a while for them. Balfour, Wheeler now with the Red Sox. Brand new pen, decent results. Tonight, whole lot of walks, but they haven't given up any runs yet.
Well, that's what he worried about all spring, and now you get into a game like this and you have 2 catchers, you have 1 extra man. He's not a catcher, he's an infielder, and what you're worried about is that foul tip that goes off the finger of your catcher, and then your home crowd has to see somebody who hasn't caught get behind the plate in an extra inning game.
So Elliott Johnson, who's the only available position player for the Rays, is probably sitting there. I could play defense, I could pinch run, I could pinch hit, I could catch, I could pitch. He could do anything tonight.
Dan, I was sitting there on the bench at Seattle in 1979. The third catcher got hurt in the game. Darryl Johnson came down to me and said, hey, you caught before, haven't you? I said, oh, sure. I had never put on the equipment before. Went into a major league game in the 6th inning, caught the last 3 innings. You could look it up.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Elliott Johnson might have the same fate here tonight.
I don't know which one I'd like better, the bases loaded 1 out squeeze or that story.
It's getting late. I'm telling stories.
Look at Johnson. What do I do? I don't know. What do I do?
They're telling him that right now. You're the catcher. Yeah. That's funny.
They're hearing us. They're hearing us, and they're coming out from the TV area. They're saying this is what they're talking about you right now.
Saying, well, I didn't even know how to put on the equipment.
I'll tell you, J.P. Howell is now the most relaxed man in America. I mean, after they got out of that mess that he created.
The 7 faces of J.P. Howell. Do they have sound in their dugout? Do they hear us? Is somebody tweeting them?
High in the air to left field. Ruggiano. 2 down. Now Darnell McDonald. We are endeavoring to find out what the longest game ever was.
0-0.
0-0 until somebody scored. We know that the Yankees and Red Sox went into the 15th inning scoreless in 2009.
Oh, we want to break that record, don't we, guys?
I mean, once you put in this much time, huh?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, we should be at a record-breaking game.
Let's go for the record.
I'm not sure Elliot Johnson wants to break the record, because the longer this one goes, the more likely his resume is going to expand. He's going to broaden his horizons. Gomes facing McDonald. And back out of play, 2-1. They're now starting at the 5th inning in order to fit in all the innings up to the 13th. Only 6 hits.
Well, we know Tim Wakefield is in Baltimore already. He's in the hotel in Baltimore watching us, because we saw him go out early to take the flight out to pitch tomorrow.
That's a good point.
And he'd be the perfect guy for this kind of game.
And he might need to fly back.
We've got time. It's only Baltimore.
They might want to look into getting that charter to go get him to pitch later tonight. I tell you what, there's a guy in the minors that would be scheduled to pitch tomorrow, and if Timmy was still here in town, he'd be pitching in this game, and they'd make a roster move for a starter for tomorrow's game.
You know, some airports don't allow you to take off for land after a certain hour either. This whole team might be checking back into a hotel tonight.
How about the kids toughing it out into the wee hours?
Is that the kids being tough or the parents being crazy?
Even McDonald looked back unsure, but he'll take the walk.
Just a little low and away.
Here's that pitch we see sometimes to lefties the inside they never swing at. This one just didn't come back. It was just outside.
And Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, out to the mound.
Is he waiting for the home plate umpire to talk about the strike zone?
No.
Is he?
No, don't tell me
he got his hand over his mouth?
No.
Okay.
He's not saying anything to the umpire. Not unless they had some steaks on the grill in the clubhouse.
Marty Aronoff just handing me a note that in 1968, the Mets and Astros were scoreless until
tell me
the 24th inning.
We don't want to set
that
any
record or
records.
not? Come on,
No.
we want it. You got to go for it. If you really want it, you got to feel it.
I want it, Skipper.
Okay, let's get loose then.
I'm already loose. We're into the endurance phase.
Josh Reddick, the batter. And a swing and a fly ball, shallow right center field, and caught by Upton to end the inning. To the bottom of the 13th, the Rays coming up. No score.
A lot of emotion here at Tropicana Field. A lot of things except runs. No score. Bottom of the 13th. Right-hander Alfredo Aceves becomes the 5th pitcher of the night for the Boston Red Sox. Aceves has filled a variety of roles for the Red Sox this year. He will face, if my scorecard is being honest with me, Upton, Ruggiano, and Rodriguez.
Upton has been swinging at the first pitch all night. Maybe he'll look at one, get a little timing, or he'll try and end it on the first pitch.
I'll try and end it on the first pitch.
For 200 here on Jeopardy.
Mascot's in his jammies. That's it. I'm out. You win. That was the 400th pitch of the game.
Nice.
That means to get to the 22nd inning, was it?
24th.
24th inning. Another 400 to go.
Youkilis with a nice play.
He made room for Adrian Gonzalez to become a Red Sox. Said, I'll move back over to third. And when he makes this play, he makes it with tremendous athletic ability. Very good defensive third baseman. Makes it very, very well.
You see him come over, both hands down, left foot down, right foot down, throw to first. That's how you're able to propel that ball forward without really stroking it. You let your momentum carry it over to first by landing on that right foot after catching it off your left foot.
There's Justin Ruggiano. Ruggiano got his first at bat in the 10th inning, hit the ball a ton to left field. That great catch that Reddick made. Lifts a high fly ball into shallow right field, and McDonald makes the catch, 2 down. Let's go down to Buster Olney at the field. Buster?
Hey, guys, one of the Red Sox players, who I will not name, walked past me and jokingly said he intends to get in a fight with Kelly Shopik. This way the Rays wouldn't have any catchers, Dan.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. Sean Rodriguez is the batter. Shopik on deck.
I'll bet somebody has a little catching experience on their resume. You always have that emergency catcher on your roster. But he might have already been used in this game.
I mean, right now, the Red Sox are in pretty good shape. But the Rays are running out of people. Right now, Elliott Johnson is their emergency everything.
I managed over 3,000 games. I hardly ever had 3 catchers on a roster, and I never got burned. Well, I got burned one time where I had Matt Franco behind the plate for a couple innings in New York.
Out of play, 0-2. There's Johnson. Infielder by trade. Right now he's the understudy as catcher, pitcher, manager, bench coach.
He's ready. How much of the spread do you think's left in the clubhouse right now, Earl?
It's been picked over pretty well.
It's been out for about two and a half hours.
I worry about the spread on the visiting side more than the home side. They almost have a full kitchen on the home side. The visiting side, who knows?
Adam Russell all by himself down in the bullpen. Tampa Bay got a runner to second with 2 outs in the 9th, and got a runner to second with 1 out in the 11th. The Red Sox have had all kinds of runners, including the bases loaded with nobody out in the 11th.
Tampa Bay hasn't touched third base.
Nope.
The Red Sox have gotten people on third base with no out.
Josh Beckett gave out a 2-out infield hit to Evan Longoria and then retired 22 in a row to end his night. 8 innings, 1 hit for Beckett tonight.
He was outstanding.
Fly ball to left field. Not enough. To the 14th. No score.
Yes.
Valentine, Oral Hershiser, Buster Olney, and Tim Kirchin, who I'm sure he's thrilled he stopped by for a visit with us on Sunday night at a game that's going into the 14th inning with no score between the Red Sox and Rays. Tim Kirchin talking to Elliot Johnson about all the possibilities. Johnson was out warming up the pitcher between innings, trying on the catcher's mitt just in case. Brandon Gomes back on the mound. Let's go down to Tim.
Dan, I just talked to Elliot Johnson, and I asked him when was the last time he caught, just in case. He said, well, it was in Little League, 1 inning. I begged my coach. I asked him when's the last time he pitched, because that could happen, too. He said he pitched in high school, so he's willing to do whatever it takes.
And here he is between innings, just trying on the catcher's mitt, seeing how it feels. The only available bench player. They've got one available reliever left. As we go to the 14th inning, Jason Varitek will be the batter.
Well, we saw he didn't have a mask on, and there'll be another piece of equipment that he'll want to make sure he puts on that we won't see.
It's really not as hard as it looks. It's harder than it looks.
Catching? Oh. I didn't even like it in Little League.
Chop foul, 1-1 on Varitek, who is 0 for 5. He'll be followed by Marco Scudero, and then back to the top of the order for Jacoby Ellsbury. I keep having the feeling that things I'm saying I've said before. Scudero frustrating at bat, bases loaded, 2 outs in the 11th, and he popped up. 1-2.
Wonder when the last time the captain caught 13 innings.
It's been a while. This platoon of Varitek and Saltalamacchia since May 1 for the Red Sox has been a strength of the team. We've hit 283 since then. But not tonight.
It is 1 in the morning Eastern time, midnight Central. So a game that is nearing the 5-hour mark as we're in the 14th inning. No score. The longest scoreless game of the season. Here's Scudero, 0 for 3 with a couple of walks. Breaking ball, a little bit up and in. Not that close. Ball 1.
Some Boston fans in the stands not very happy with Marco's performance tonight, and some Rays fans not very happy with his bat throwing episode.
That led to the ejection of Tampa Bay bench coach Dave Martinez. Up and in. Fastball this time, ball 2.
Be a little purpose on these
because of the bat throwing.
Might be. I don't want to start anything. Okay. Might an attempted apology on the way up to the batter's box. Just overthrown at Gomes'.
We weren't sure, and Marco wasn't sure either because he was bailing on that one. Yeah, he did apologize.
Yeah, he did, which was very classy.
Back out of play, 2-2. Jeff Neiman, Josh Beckett, the starting pitchers tonight. Each went 8 innings. Neiman allowed only 2 hits. Beckett allowed only 1. The trouble for the Rays began when the bullpen got in there. Farnsworth walked a couple. J.P. Howell walked 4 in 2/3 of an inning. And somehow didn't give up a run. Walked 2 in the 10th, got out of it. After coming on in the middle of that inning, walked the first 2 batters in the 11th, but got help behind him to get out of it. And Scudero lifts a fly ball down the right field line. Zobrist racing over it and makes the catch in foul territory for out number 2. And since the Red Sox loaded the bases with nobody out in the 11th, they haven't been able to do much of anything. Just a 2-out walk to Darnell McDonald in the 13th. Each team with only 3 hits.
Didn't Gary Thorne and Bill Clement do a playoff hockey game that went like 6 overtimes? Sometime I remember.
I think so. Yeah.
I remember they had their ties on as headbands at one point. I was just thinking if we got to the 24th inning, how we would commemorate that.
We are getting to the 24th inning.
Oh, we are.
I thought you.
No, you said you were getting loose for it.
Oh, just get loose. Okay. I'm ready.
Islanders Capitals, I'm being told. And I think Pat LaFontaine might have scored the winner in that game.
I wonder how many overtimes it was.
I think it was 6.
Yeah, it was a long one because I remember staying up and watching it and watching it and watching it. And I remember they came back from break after the Zamboni cleared the ice after the last, going into the last overtime. And they had their ties on their head.
0-2 the count on Ellsbury. First 2 games of this series were 9-6 Rays and 9-5 Red Sox. Now they're scoreless in the 14th. The Yankees won over the Blue Jays Sunday afternoon, so they're a game back of Boston. 1-2. Change up, down and away.
I guess the Yankees changed their signs today. They thought Blue Jays were stealing their signs up there in the North Country. Is that what's going on?
They were wondering about whether there was something fishy from a light or something from
your kind.
Beyond, no, beyond the my kind. Beyond, my kind. 2-2. 3-2 now. They thought there was maybe something a little fishy, not just relaying from second base.
They were putting a bloody good licking on him up there, huh? They thought there might have been some bright, shiny things going on at the right and wrong time.
That's what Joe Girardi and company were wondering about.
So they changed their signs and got a W.
3-2. to the bottom of the 14th. Tenth inning here at Tropicana Field. They're playing rock around the clock here at the Trop right now. They're digging deep into all their appropriate theme music. Given the late hour, no score here in the bottom of the 14th. By the way, a thank you to Buster Olney, who got some tweets saying that Oral Hershiser started a game in Montreal. Tell me when this rings a bell. August of 1989.
It was a long one, but I can't tell you how long.
It was a long one, my friend. Kelly Shopik leads it off against Alfredo Aceves. And pops it up. Scudero, Youkilis, Scudero. A game that went 22 innings.
Oh, my.
Before the Montreal Expos beat the Los Angeles Dodgers 1-0. John Wetland went 6 innings in relief for the victory that night.
John Wetland wasn't
the Dodgers won. Who won?
Yet.
The Dodgers won. I'm sorry, the Dodgers won.
How far did I go?
You only went 7.
Oh, I was a wimp.
You lightweight.
Oh,
were you there at the end of the
terrible.
Game? Were you there at the end?
Yeah, for sure. I was rooting us on. I guarantee you I was there because the spread in Montreal wasn't very good.
Yeah. Tommy line 2.
Yeah.
You think you were there after 22 innings?
Oh, I probably was definitely there.
Reed Brignac with a bouncer.
I had another
2
one.
down.
There was another one. I think we played Houston. In Houston. I didn't start the game, but I pitched more innings than anybody who pitched in the game. In relief, I went 7. As a reliever at like a 22, 23, I don't know, long game. I think we lost that one. I think Jeff Hamilton, our third baseman, had to come in and pitch, and we lost that one.
Well, we saw between innings some of the Tampa Bay starters have wandered down to the bullpen. I don't know if they feel sorry for Adam Russell or if they're on active duty right now. Johnny Damon is the batter.
Robin Ventura's grand slam single. Bobby wasn't sure. Was that the one you weren't sure if we had any more pitchers or not?
Yeah, we
sent Rick Reed down there just to test his arm.
Let me see if you could get loose.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it's a similar game to this. They're not going to have this game lost with a position player out on the mound. There will be a pitcher out on the mound for the Rays until this game ends, or at least until they're behind in the score.
0-2 quickly on Damon. You saw David Price and Jeremy Hellickson are sitting down in the bullpen right now. Price on the left, Hellickson on the right.
Hellickson has spikes on.
That didn't take long. 5 pitches, 3 outs.
Inning number 15 on the way. Inning, Dustin Pedroia, Adrian Gonzalez, and Kevin Youkilis. No score. Pedroia had a base hit in the 4th, had a double in the 9th. He also walked in the 10th, so officially 2 for 5. He's extended his hitting streak to a 15-gamer. The last game that went this deep into it without a run being scored was April of last season, the Cardinals and the Mets. That one went scoreless through 18 innings. Breaking ball for a strike. Pedroia has 2 of the 3 Red Sox hits. Gonzalez singled in the 1st, the Pedroia single in the 4th, and then the Pedroia double in the 9th. Boston has left 13 men on. Pedroia drills one left center. And Upton runs it down.
You talk about Death Valley and outfielders who are running balls down. This ball's right on the nose. Upton has a great beat on it. He knows the track and the wall. He wants to make the catch and save this game, and he does. Jumps after he catches it, but still makes a good play.
Well, we know Pedroia's got the power. He went oppo yesterday here.
A little taste of their own medicine. That's happened to the Rays a few times here tonight.
He's had 3 home runs in his last 3 games, 1 each night, 6 out of his last 8, and almost had that one.
Here's Adrian Gonzalez.
Think about it. He was trying to hit a double by bunting it to third base. And all you have to do is slash a bunt, a ground ball with Evan Longoria playing where he was, and it's 2 bases, even with his lack of speed. Gonzalez, that is.
And now Longoria has taken about 10 steps to his right and come in a bit. Ball 2. Well, of all the hitters in this game, as Adam Russell, the last available relief pitcher from the Rays pen, gets up to start throwing. Of all the hitters in this game who would love to do something because they didn't do it earlier, probably Adrian Gonzalez is number 1. After Pedroia doubled to lead off the 9th, Gonzalez on the first pitch hit a fly ball to left field. As good a hitter as there is in the game, but could not advance the runner.
It was a high and away fastball with some good tailing action. He just couldn't come around it. He was starting early, trying to think about hooking it over there, but he picked on a pitch that was awfully tough to
I'm not sure he was trying to hit the ball to right field on that swing. Maybe. Might have been a real early thought. But as the ball pitch came in, that thought left him, and he just decided he was going to try to take a hit.
Josh Beckett's back. Went 8 innings tonight. Gave up just 1 hit. Back on the bench.
Wiped off.
And Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, back out to the mound. Well, there's more baseball coming your way. If you're in our time zone, it's tonight, Monday Night Baseball, 7 Eastern on ESPN. It'll be the Rays again right here from Tropicana Field as they host the New York Yankees. Wednesday Night Baseball presented by Sears Lawn and Garden, the Cardinals and the Mets. Both games also available online at ESPN3.com. So again, the Yankees, they've been here for hours watching these two teams go at it. They'll play the Rays tomorrow. The Orioles, they're home in Baltimore waiting for the arrival of the Red Sox as Youkilis gets drilled. It's the 12th time this year he's been hit by a pitch.
Like a changeup that just got away from him.
Yeah.
Got on the wrong side of the ball. Just kept on going. You know, the fellow who was just out to the mound, Jim Hickey, deserves a lot of credit. We talked about the rebuilding of the bullpen. We talked about the great young pitching of the Rays, who have all developed together, and it's been under the tutelage of Jim Hickey that they have developed, and he does one heck of a job. Must be one of the best in the business. Recognize this so.
First and second with 1 out for Drew Sutton, who came on as a pinch runner for David Ortiz back in the 11th.
He's fresh.
And he takes a strike. Adam Russell ready if needed in the Tampa Bay pen. Keep in mind, Jonathan Papelbon has not pitched in this game. As the road team, they've been holding him back for what they hope would eventually be a save situation, which may still come. 1-1.
And keep in mind, probably the slowest runner on the team is on second base, because really there's no one on the bench who runs better than Adrian Gonzalez. So he's going to be the guy who has to score on this AstroTurf field if there's a base hit to the outfield.
Out in front of the changeup, pops it up, draws a crowd, and it'll be caught over the shoulder by Brignac for the second out. It's not a routine play in this ballpark.
Or in any ballpark. He went a long ways for that ball, and B.J. Upton decided not to call him off. Might not have had a good read on it because of the dome and the lights that he's looking up into. The shortstop's going a long way. Remember, this ball's going away from him toward the outfielder. He's a good 100 feet out into the outfield grass. Made a fine play. Because the color of this dome is very similar to the color of the baseball, it's very easy to lose the ball if you're not tracking it the entire time.
2 down now for Darnell McDonald. McDonald came on as a pinch hitter for J.D. Drew in the 11th and walked, and then he walked again in the 13th. David Ortiz and others with the rally caps going now with the Red Sox dugout.
Starting to look like the College World Series.
Putting the hex on the pitcher.
It's late.
It's late.
They're starting to get a little silly.
Back to your younger days.
A little punchy.
Right now, David says, right now. Let's do something.
I mean, they're at least getting their chances.
Yeah.
Tampa Bay's, you blink and the inning's over every time they come up.
Yeah, but they don't look good doing it.
Yep. Right center field. Inning over. 2 more men left on by the Red Sox. The hex didn't work. history before a run was scored was the Mets and Astros in 1968. The first run, the only run, came in the 24th inning. The longest game of this nature that the Red Sox have ever played in was 95 years ago against the St. Louis Browns. It ended in a tie, and the longest such game that the Rays have ever played in is tonight. We are going to the bottom of the 15th inning. No score. Some have left, some who have stayed are asleep, and some are right into it. Ben Zobrist leading off the inning against Alfredo Aceves, his third inning of work. Zobrist will be followed by Evan Longoria and Casey Kochman. Amazingly enough, as Zobrist takes a strike, both teams still only have 3 hits.
It's amazing.
With all the base runners in the action the Red Sox have had, they've only got 3 hits. But look at the men left on, 15 of them. All those walks the Rays have given them, and the Red Sox have been unable to score a single run. The Rays, meanwhile, get a base runner every couple of hours.
Yes, I've seen it. I'm a witness.
Beckett, Bard, Albers, Morales, and now Aceves have been outstanding for Boston tonight. One down. That is 7 in a row retired by Aceves since he entered the game. 12 in a row set down in total by Boston pitching. I think at 13 actually with a sacrifice since Rodriguez had a base hit back in the 11th. Here's Longoria, who is 1 for 5 tonight, an infield hit and 4 fly balls, 2 of them that have been to the warning track. And a strike.
I don't know what they're so tired. What have they done? All they've done is they've sat there for the last 6 hours.
Did we have a 14th inning stretch?
No, we did not.
I don't think we had a 14th inning stretch. Aren't we supposed to have a 14th
Yes.
inning stretch? They did? Oh, sorry.
Oh, they did?
Apparently they did.
It's the only thing I missed in this game.
The 0-2. And it hit him. Ran the fastball in on him, and Longoria's aboard.
Oh, and 2, just a purpose pitch to kind of set up the next one, but got away from him. This is a rally for the Rays.
So a runner at first with 1 out. Here's Casey Kochman. 0 for 5. Just the 5th base runner in 15 innings for Tampa Bay. 3 hits, 1 walk, 1 hit batter.
Yeah, the Rays have walked 11. They're still in a 0-0 game.
It's remarkable.
Yep.
Macevis finally has his sign. And he hit Kochman. Back-to-back hit batters by Aceves here in the 15th inning.
One with a sinker that ran in on the right-hander and one on a cutter that ran in on the left-hander. Both balls very difficult to get out of the way of.
And both hitters trying to get out of the way. Neither one wanted to get hit.
Pitching coach Kurt Young on his way to the mound. Boy, Aceves retired 7 in a row since entering the game. Got out in front of Longoria 0-2 and then hits batters on back-to-back pitches.
And it's his game to win or lose. There's no action in the bullpen at all.
Applebaum would only come in evidently in a save situation.
It's Gary Tuck with his legs crossed, the bullpen coach.
Saltalamacchia, the catcher's down there. B.J. Upton is the batter. They just put a posting up on the video scoreboard here. This is the longest game in Rays franchise history in terms of time. 5 hours and 16 minutes. Everybody who has seen it through likes that.
As they leave, they should be rewarded with a ticket to come back to another game if they were able to get all that together. Keep your ticket and send it in.
First and second, one out. Upton. Longoria, the winning run, he's out at second, and Kochman's at first, one down. Upton is 0 for 5 tonight.
Upton has such good ability to swing. It's just a shame that he doesn't do anything to help his timing of the swing.
Little pop-up caught by Pedroia for the second out. So Upton a frustrating 0 for 6. And it'll be up to Justin Ruggiano, who's 0 for 2 since entering the game. Fly ball to deep left. Robbed by Reddick, then a fly ball to right. Center fielder Jacoby Ellsbury's come in a little bit with 2 outs. He knows if there's a base hit to him, Bobby, he's got no choice. He's got to do everything he can to cut down Longoria.
How about Veritek catching 15 innings and then jogging out to the mound to talk to his pitcher to make sure everything's right with this man on second, that this is a big out. He's still playing to win this game. And that's why he has the C on his chest, I guess. Come on.
Right there, that meeting was, I'm going to tell you what we're going to throw. We changed the signs, and then we just went with a target. No signal at all. And he set up down the middle and then shifted to the inside corner as the pitch was in flight.
Out.
The fans are so tired they can't cheer for this winning hit.
Ruggiano waiting in the 0-1. A swing and a ground ball to short. And the inning is over. 2 hit batters, 2 men left on. Let's go to the 16th. At Tropicana Field. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN.
Dan, I was only kidding when I said I wanted to be here for a record-setting amount of innings. I really was only kidding.
You can't take it back now, Skip.
I've got to take it back. She's really angry at me.
Josh Reddick leads it off. New pitcher on the mound for Tampa Bay. Big right-hander Adam Russell, the last available reliever in the Rays pen. Came over as part of the Jason Bartlett deal with San Diego. A big shout out to all the fans who are still here and to our crew, the gang of the truck, who many of whom were here early in the morning today and have been here all day and are now working deep into the night. Some of them going on 16, 18 hours of consecutive work, doing a great job.
Day in and day out, they do a great job. And here in extra innings, our hats are off to them, huh? What do you think, huh? I'd like to buy him a quesadilla or something, but I don't think anything's open.
You're right.
I'm just worried one of you's got an early flight and you're going to leave before the game's over.
Well, I have a 6 a.m.
You have a 6 a.m.?
Yeah, that's not early, though. Plenty of time to catch that. We think.
2-2. Best chance of the game. I was going to say if you're just joining us, but who could just be joining us? I mean, either you've been here or you've packed it in.
Golden opportunity.
Yeah, bases loaded. Nobody out for the Red Sox in the 11th, and they couldn't score a run. The last hit in the game was back in the 11th inning. Sean Rodriguez for the Rays. We're in the 16th. Each team still has 3 hits. That's it.
One side has walked 11 times.
And left 15 men on.
And hit 2 batters?
Tonight's game started in the 8th inning on the scoreboard right now. There are a lot of big offers. A lot of batting averages are going down.
This could be decided on penalty at bats. Instead of penalty kicks like the World Cup.
Well, let's say our girls really did us proud.
Oh,
what a
sure
fabulous effort by the women's soccer team.
We were in the Rays locker room when they scored to go ahead 2-1, and there were chants of USA in the locker room. The guys watching the game.
Reddick draws a leadoff walk. Tim Kirchin still going strong. Tim, what do you got?
Dan, I just talked to Jim Hickey, the pitching coach for the Rays, and he told me that Adam Russell can go 3 or 4 innings at the most if it goes that far. And then if they have to replace him, they'll go to Jeremy Hellickson, who's Tuesday's starter. But after that, they don't have anybody else. So if this goes 22, I think you're going to pitch.
I just wonder what's going through Elliot Johnson's mind. I mean, how are you feeling in a game of this magnitude if they haven't been able to find a use for it yet? They're holding you back for that emergency that may look at how sad he looks. He just wants to play.
I remember Dick Williams telling me that once. He says, you know, you're on the bench because we really need you.
Varitek gets the bunt down. And the sacrifice will send Reddick to second. 1-4 on the putout.
I wonder if the captain did that on his own. This isn't a team that bunts very often. Captain's limping off the field.
He's got a little hitch in his giddy up right now.
He might be cramping up a little bit.
And once again, did something to try to help his team win. Nice job, Cap.
So the go-ahead run at second with 1 out in the top of the 16th. And the batter is Marco Scutaro. The Red Sox tonight are 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position. This is the best offensive team in baseball this year.
Keep an eye on him at second.
I don't think he'll steal in this situation, but he sure is getting a good secondary lead. And will most definitely score on a base hit.
He's getting a very cursory one look.
One and two. Both starters, Neiman and Beckett, went 8. Both bullpens have done a lot of work tonight. The biggest difference, of course, is the walks. The Rays bullpen walking 10 Boston batters, but so far have not given up a run. Chopper. Tough play. Reddick rounds third, but gets back to the bag safely. Infield hit for Scudero. Red Sox on the corners. Look who's up. And the Red Sox fans have come back to life after that infield hit.
Do or die play was attempted and not made. I'm very surprised the infield will be playing back in this situation. They have to play up. Ellsbury is not a double play candidate. They're coming up now.
Okay, this is a noisy 8,000 or 10,000 right now. A lot of them Boston fans at this point. Ellsbury with a fly ball to shallow left field. Ruggiano coming in and way too shallow for Reddick to risk it. 2 down.
They are trying to hop on the first pitch when they're in key situations. Adrian Gonzalez did this with a man on second and no outs to try and get Pedroia to third. Flew out to left. Ellsbury does it with a man on third and 1 out. And pops up to left.
Here's Pedroia. He's got 2 of the 4 Boston hits. First and third, 2 down, no score in the 16th.
You hold him on at first, Bobby?
I don't.
I don't hold him on. 1 run's just as big as 2 this late in the game. I'm playing behind him. I'm playing defense.
Into right field, a base hit. Reddick will score. And finally, we have our first run in this game as the Red Sox take a 1-0 lead.
The laser show continues. It took 16 innings for it to drive a run in, but he's been hot. The hit streak continues.
A lot of those guys might be tired, but that little guy who just gets his base hit right here, he'll play all night long. And he'll be at the ballpark tomorrow about 11:30, ready to do it again.
Now Gonzalez. So the Red Sox now with a run on 5 hits. Pedroia's got 3 of the 5 hits as Reddick comes in. Papelbon will pitch the bottom of the 16th. Papelbon warmed up once before tonight. I want to say it was
the bases loaded in.
The bases loaded in it.
Yeah. He was ready.
I think he might have warmed up. Yeah, in the 9th inning they loaded the bases as well. He warmed up in the top of the 9th inning. Then again in the 11th. Now in the 16th.
It's fine. That was yesterday.
Going to have to renegotiate pitching 2 days in a row. Proper rest.
Bottom third of the order, by the way, for the Rays scheduled in the bottom of the 16th. First things first. And Gonzalez lifts a high fly ball to right field. Zobrist makes the catch. What a game. But believe it or not, a run has scored.
Dustin Pedroia with his third hit of the game, driving in Josh Reddick with the first run of the night. To the bottom of the 16th, 1-0. To get a little more time to loosen up, so he actually sent Alfredo Aceves out to warm up for the bottom of the 16th. Then he went to the mound to get Aceves. Now Papelbon comes in. The Red Sox have scored a run in the top of the 16th on an RBI single by Dustin Pedroia. They lead 1-0, and Papelbon will come on to try to get the save. He has had a good season. He's got 20 saves. No, the ERA is high. That can be a little bit deceiving for a short reliever. Look at the strikeouts to walks, Sorrell. 52 over 8.
So his ERA,
37 2/3.
His ERA is because of the games where he's come in just to get an inning work, and that's where the intensity hasn't been there, and he's given up most of his runs. Now, only 20 saves, 6 in the American League. The reason is this point in his career, it's the fewest chances he's had. 21 save chances through 92 games in the 6 seasons he's had as a closer. So the great offensive production from Pedroia, Gonzalez, and others has led to less save opportunities for Papelbon.
What a night for Dustin Pedroia. You forget 2 great defensive plays. Plus, he's got 3 of the 5 Boston hits, including the RBI single that scores Josh Reddick in the just completed top of the 16th. Josh Beckett, the starter in this game. The rally caps work this time around for the Red Sox. But now can Papelbon take care of the Rays in the bottom of the 16th? It'll be the bottom third of the order. Sean Rodriguez, Kelly Shopik, and Reed Brignac. This game is, I think, about 5 hours and 35 minutes old right now.
The longest time-wise in franchise history for the Rays.
Yeah. Rodriguez 1 for 5. And a swing and a pop-up back out of play. Again, the Yankees are here, have been here for hours and hours. They'll play the Rays tonight, Monday night, 7 Eastern on ESPN. The Red Sox, assuming that they're all okay with curfews and so forth, they'll get on a plane and go to Baltimore and open a series against the Orioles tomorrow night. Kelly Shopik, who's got some pop, waiting in the on-deck circle. Oh, 0-2.
I guess if you had to pick a pitcher who might get the win in a game like this, Alfredo Aceves would be the guy. He's 18-2 in his major league career with the Yankees and Red Sox.
Great pitching all night, Dan. The Rays pitched around 11 walks, but the 12th walk bit them. That was the first run of the game.
And a little infield chopper by Scudero, too. Goes for a base hit. Yes, he went, says home plate umpire Chad Fairchild. Didn't even ask for the appeal, and that's out number 1.
Take a look. You can umpire at home. I got to say that was probably a swing, but I have no idea what the rule is.
I don't know what the rule is.
Because there is no rule.
Because there is no rule. Right. Exactly.
Kelly Shopping. Down to third. Youkilis. 2 down. So they're an out away. Red Sox faithful who have spent some time down here watching their team take on the Rays. A 1-0 lead for Boston. 2 down. Nobody on. Reed Brignac, the number 9 hitter in the Rays lineup. Jeff Neiman is back, the starter for the Rays tonight.
And well, this is a team with a lot of spirit. The Rays team, you know, they won the first game of this series, which they were classifying as a big series. Then came out to a 3-0 lead last night with big game. James Shields on the mound and gave it up, lost that game, and then tonight.
And they won't have any time to lick their wounds. The Yankees are already in town, and they're going to be chasing them. John, Joe Madden will have them ready.
Adam Russell gave up the run in the top half of the inning. Papelbon's a strike away. He's been locked in so far. 8 pitches, all strikes, a couple of quick outs. Now 0-2 on Reed Brignac. If Brignac can get on, Johnny Damon is on deck. Just foul.
Yeah, Dan, remember when we watched Jason Varitek limp back to the bench? He's back there behind the plate.
Yep.
After the sacrifice bunt, he's taking his 0 for 6, 3 strikeouts, a sac bunt. He's going to be out there to catch what he considers hopefully the last pitch of the game.
He'll have a well-deserved night off tomorrow night in Baltimore. Tonight, I should say, in Baltimore. Brignac wouldn't chase. Josh Reddick scoring the only run of the night on the base hit by Dustin Pedroia in the top half of the 16th. Red Sox are up 1-0. They're a strike away from winning and taking 2 out of 3 in the series, restoring their game-and-a-half lead over the Yankees. Knocked down. Gonzalez, the flip to Papelbon, and it is finally over. It took 16 innings and 5 hours and 44 minutes. The Red Sox defeat the Rays 1-0. Tonight's Chevrolet player of the game, who else but Dustin Pedroia, 3 for 5 with the RBI of the game. Not to mention a couple of great defensive plays as well. The Red Sox won't sleep much, but they'll get on there playing happy on their way up to Baltimore after a 1-0 win, taking 2 out of 3 here in St. Petersburg. The Rays, meanwhile, tough night for them. They lose 2 out of 3, lose in heartbreaking fashion tonight, and they'll get set to take on the Yankees on ESPN tomorrow night. Let's go down to the field. Buster Olney is with Dustin Pedroia.
Dustin, what was it like to play in that game?
Oh, exhausting. I think everyone's pretty much tired. You know, it's a very well pitched game from both sides. It's a crazy game. I don't really want to be a part of another one like this, but now we got to go head to Baltimore, so it's kind of a tough night. But we're happy we won. Take us through the emotion of that last at bat. I mean, he's got a great fastball. I was just trying to get it out over the plate and try to square it up, and I got it. And was fortunate enough to drop it in front of the right fielder. When you got that hit, what were you thinking? Hopefully we shut him down in the 17th or 16th, whatever inning it was, so we could win, get out of here. So, it was a nice feeling. What are your next 12 hours going to be like for you guys? We're trying to head to Baltimore and get out there and try to play as hard as we can tomorrow. We're not going to have much sleep, but Carl Crawford's been there for a while, so he's got to pick us up tomorrow. Thanks, Dustin. Dan, back to you.
All right, Buster, thank you. You can see the relief and the jubilation on the face of Dustin Pedroia after leading the Red Sox to a 1-0 win over the Rays in 16 innings here at Tropicana Field tonight. Off to Baltimore they go. Coming up next, Sports Center here on ESPN. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For Oral, Bobby, Buster, and Tim, and our great crew who worked so hard for so long tonight, I'm Dan Schulman saying thanks for watching and a good night from St. Petersburg. Now let's send you to Sports Center.